Vivian, how familiar are you with the psychology department at Berkeley?
Somewhat. My appointment here was at a place called the Redwood Center for Theoretical Neuroscience, which is basically a bunch of physicists pretending to be neuroscientists.
Yes, yes.
But there are a fair number of computationalists at CMU. And my interest was always single cell to modeling society. I don't care. If it's people, I'm interested. So, yeah, I got to spend a lot of time at the psych department as well.
I made the move from physics to neuroscience at Berkeley many years ago. Birdsong learning.
It is a thing that I think many grad student has learned, which is if you have an undergrad in physics, engineering, math, that's not a problem getting into psychology. Everybody wants a student that can solve their equations for them. So as long as you don't mind having to do everybody's statistics for them, then yeah, it's an easy transition.
Yeah, I think though very many of them actually go the other way, where the esoterics of the mind can often take over, and then you've lost a student, so-called from physics to metaphysics, though.
Yeah, well, you certainly end up with right now, and for a while, a lot of people deep into what always seems like a strange and somewhat dissonant mashup, which is modeling consciousness. I think I need a definition first. David maybe is better suited to supply various definitions than I am, but that's always been the problem for me is a lot of the modeling seems to be about awareness. What's consciousness beyond awareness? I need something grounded. And then we get into qualia and everything explodes.
It's madness from that point on, I suppose. That's what I learned from Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. Once you get into qualia, it's just madness from that point on.
Hi, David. Is this on? Hello. Yeah. Is this, hi. Hi, David. Hi, Vivian. Hi, Gaurav. Good to meet you.
Sorry, hello back.
This is Jyotika.
Hi.
We're just going to start in the next 3 to 4 minutes, and yeah, I mean, continue to interact. Sorry about the little time lag. We're just expecting something to be taken care of. So in about 3 to 4 minutes, I hope that's okay.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Is our conversation sort of going to the main thing, Jyotika, or are we just talking privately?
Sorry, come again, Gaurav?
Is our conversation just within us, or it's going to a wider audience?
Sorry, I didn't get your question. Can you be a little louder?
Are we just talking amongst us right now before the panel, or is there a wider audience listening?
Yes, they're all on their way. I think it's too early in the morning
no private conversation
for the students. That's what I'm hearing. So melatonin the melatonin balance hasn't kicked in yet. There are about 15 people in the room where we are sitting, and I believe there are a few online, but hopefully we will see some more faces.
Nandini, your audio is somewhat faded. I'm not sure why.
Should I get closer? Is this better?
That's a little better.
No?
Little better, but not really. They should really amp up your feed.
It's important for you to be able to hear me well. Is that better?
Much better, yeah.
Yeah, great. So maybe I'll make sure the mic is close enough. But then you also always have the advantage that I didn't hear the question right, and so this is what I want to say at this point in time. So we'll leave that ambiguity there to be used to advantage. I'm going to veer a little bit from the set of broad questions that we discussed, just to move it up from simple to complex is what I'm trying to do so that we have some engagement. And I hope you'll bear with me. Sorry for this, Vivian and David. I think we'll start now. And Gaurav. Is the screen
Sure,
going to
go
be
back
back on? Is the screen going to be? So good morning, everyone, and sorry for the delay, and a very warm welcome to the A4G Horizons Responsible AI Symposium. You know, we've just, I think a new season of Black Mirror has just concluded. I hear my daughter tells me that. And I was wondering, what if the future isn't something that we built? It's something that is building us. From Black Mirror to Ex Machine, science fiction is now no longer fiction. It's knocking on our policy door. We've seen how Black Mirror ends. Today we can ask, can we write a different episode? One that humanity stays in charge. Or if you watched Her and wondered what happens after the AI says goodbye, welcome to the symposium where we ask exactly that. Hollywood has shown us the dangers, but our governance must show us the answers. So today, it's not just another panel discussion, it's a landmark moment. We are here to formally launch the A4G, which is the AI for Good Impact Collaborative, an initiative that brings together global experts and national and international panelists like you all, institutions and change makers to ensure that AI remains a force for compassion, equity, and sustainability. As we begin this exciting journey, I'm proud to say that this is not just another discussion. It's our very first launch, and it's happening in a place very close to our heart because it started by the DTU alumni, and most of them are here right now, which we'll talk about probably towards the end. So as we begin this exciting journey, I'm proud to say that DTU has played a foundational role in this collaboration. With many of our advisory board members and core contributors being proud alumni of the Delhi Technological University. This is both symbolic and deeply meaningful to host this first event here. We acknowledge the support of DTU, the DTU community, and thank them for partnering with us in making this launch truly, truly special. Before we dive into this panel discussion, we'd like to introduce very briefly the A4G Impact Collaborative. At the core, A4G envisions a world where AI is aligned with the best of human intention, amplifying compassion, fostering equity, and empowering humanity to thrive. So they are working across three pillars: AI for sustainability, for mental health, and governance and ethics. And the collaborative is designed to create population scale, open source AI solutions that uplift societies, respect human dignity, and embrace diversity, which is rooted in ethics and inclusion. So we're thrilled to formally launch A4G. Can we have a round? We now bring you two very special messages from the DTU leadership. First, a message from the Vice Chancellor of the DTU, Professor Yogesh Singh, whose visionary leadership continues to shape DTU's forward-thinking ethos. Can we play the message, please? Professor Yogesh Singh. Okay, oh, sorry. Okay, Professor Prateek Sharma, my bad. Is are we going to play the message now or? Okay. So I'm reading out the message that Professor has given for the team. Good morning, esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and valued participants. It is with great enthusiasm and profound sense of purpose that I welcome to the A4G Horizons, hosted here at DTU. Today we gather as a global community of thought leaders, policymakers, academics, and innovators to address one of the most defining challenges of our era,
ensuring that AI serves humanity's highest ideals. We stand at a pivotal juncture in history. AI is no longer a distant concept, but a transformative force, reshaping economics, societies, and governance system worldwide. The decisions we make today will determine whether AI becomes a tool for equity, sustainability, and compassion, or a source of disruption and inequality. The symposium is not just an event, it's a call to action, to co-create frameworks that integrate human ethics and values to the very fabric of AI development. Together, we will explore adaptive legal frameworks, societal readiness for AI adoption, and the essence of embedding human ethics into algorithms. These conversations are not merely academic. They are essential to shaping a future where technology amplifies humanity's best qualities. Let us use this platform to forge partnerships, exchange ideas, and commit to actionable solutions. As we embark on this journey together, let us remember that the true measure of progress lies not in technological advancement alone, but in how it uplifts every individual and community it touches. Thank you for being part of this transformative dialogue. Let us begin this symposium with open minds and share resolve to shape a responsible AI future. This is a message from Professor Prateek Sharma, who is the Vice Chancellor, DTU, and Professor D.S. Indu, who is the Dean for Digital Education. Thank you so much to both of you. So let's begin the session now. Like I said, AI isn't coming, it's already here. But the laws, ethics, and values to guide it, are they here? Or are they still loading? In the recent movie that again we saw, which is Bollywood, which is Control, a virtual assistant took over a life. Today we ask, should AI be subject to human law? From Westworld's sentient machines to the social dilemmas, algorithm control, fiction is just a few years ahead of us. It's time to begin the first knowledge session of the day, Human Values and Legal Frameworks for AI Integration. This panel identifies core human ethical principles and value system that must be incorporated into AI development. I take the pleasure to introduce the panel members. I'll start with Dr. Nandini Chatterjee Singh, who is also our moderator for this session. Welcome, Nandini. Nandini is a neuroscientist and UNESCO Program Officer for India. Dr. Singh bridges science and society by exploring AI's impact on cognition, learning, and vulnerable communities. She's a passionate advocate for AI systems that respect culture and neurodiverse needs, especially in educational and under-resourced settings. Thank you for coming, Nandini. Dr. Vivian Ming, who's joining us from US and has been patiently waiting for the last many minutes, and sorry about that. She's a theoretical neuroscientist, inventor, and one of the most brilliant minds working at the intersection of AI, ethics, and human potential. She has been named one of BBC's 100 Women of the World, and her work has spanned everything from building AI systems that help diagnose mental illness to creating tech solutions for education and workplace inclusion. Dr. Ming is also the co-founder of SYMPOSIUM Labs that uses AI and data science to solve intraceable social challenges from inequality to healthcare. Dr. David Danks also joins us from US. Thank you, David, for patiently waiting. He's the professor of data science, philosophy, and policy, University of California, San Diego. A leading figure in the intersection of data science and ethics, Professor Danks works on algorithm accountability, AI governance, and interdisciplinary policy development. He focuses on how philosophical principles can be meaningfully translated into practical AI design. Shakti Goel, who is here with us right now. Thank you for coming, Shakti. A globally accomplished technology leader and data scientist with over 23 years of experience driving digital transformation across sectors through AI, generative AI, and enterprise innovation. Currently serving as the chief architect and data scientist at Yatra.com, he combines deep technical expertise from strategic vision to create impactful data-driven solutions. Gaurav Rastogi joins us from US as well. He's a Silicon Valley entrepreneur, spiritual teacher, and author. With a rare blend of technological innovation and spiritual wisdom, Gaurav brings deep insights into integrating ethical consciousness and indigenous values into AI. His work reflects how spiritual traditions can inform a more balanced and compassionate tech future. Mr. Rakesh Maheshwari joins us here in India. Thank you, Mr. Maheshwari. He is a distinguished expert in cyber law and digital governance with decades of experience shaping India's data protection and cybersecurity frameworks. As the former group coordinator for cyber laws and data governance at the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, he played a key role in drafting and implementing key national policies around data privacy, cybersecurity, and digital trust. Aarti Ahuja, who's here also with us, is a psychologist and mental health expert whose work sits at the fascinating intersection of human behavior and artificial intelligence. With deep experience in applying psychological insights to AI-driven tools, she explores how technology can both support and challenge emotional well-being in the digital age. So that's a lot of technology that I spoke. A lot of words, but I'm so excited to hear this conversation. Let us now invite our moderator, Nandini, and the distinguished panelists to begin this important conversation. Over to you, Nandini.
Thank you very much, Jyotika. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming in the morning. My name is Nandini Chatterjee Singh, and what are the odds you think of having two panels, one after the other, both of which contain an individual named as Nandini Singh? For those of you who are interested in probability, that's a very interesting exercise. In this whole wide world, even a country as large as India, to find two Nandini Singhs for the same day, hats off. But I made sure that there was something in between the Chatterjee which might help you differentiate. I'm currently Senior National Program Officer at UNESCO MGIP, and the MGIP stands for the Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development. We are located in New Delhi, and we are UNESCO's first Category 1 institute for education in the Asia-Pacific region. MGIP's vision is to build kinder brains by mainstreaming social and emotional learning in education systems. Along with the founder-director, Dr. Ananta Durayappa, we formulated a framework called EMC Square, which is building competencies of empathy, mindfulness, compassion, and critical inquiry, okay, as a framework for social emotional learning, which is something that we try and now build competencies for using immersive technology across schools and universities in the world. I'm very excited to be moderating this panel on human values and legal frameworks. And I've been told that the purpose of this panel is to identify core human ethical principles and value systems which must be incorporated into AI development. This is a tall order, because I am neither an AI expert nor a legal expert. However, I am human, and I possess a value system which is often at odds with the moral systems around me and what I also deem as ethical systems. I therefore set out to review 3 of these terms before today's discussion, and I just wanted to set the stage with that so that we also have these somewhere on the horizon. Based on the little bit that I read in the last 72 hours, which is when we sort of agreed on my coming on board as this panelist, values are an individual's personal principles or beliefs. Values are individual and are personal principles and beliefs. They are distinct from morals, which are norms or codes of conduct about right and wrong. And these might have cultural influences. Ethics are broader principles and standards of conduct that govern behavior across societies and cultures. So ethics right now is that superset, I think. So I wanted to try and make sure that we keep these in mind as we use these terms and realize that they are not necessarily interchangeable. Okay, so just to keep that thought in your mind, my own career trajectory has moved from physics to neuroscience to education policy, and has given me some opportunity to reflect on how values, moral systems, and ethics can conflict with each other, often giving rise to cognitive dissonance, which in turn influences human behavior and decision making. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we face in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals that we have up there, which is where the UN comes in. It's certainly in consonance with climate change to be able to take the metro to work, but it's very convenient for me to be able to take my own vehicle to work. So where does value versus ethics versus morals come up there? And how do I make my decisions there? Okay. So it might even be a good opportunity for us to reflect at this panel, given that we have philosophers and neuroscientists here, on how good humans are at ethical decision making. So some of the questions that have plagued me, I just want to put up there and see whether we'd be able to answer some of them, or at least get insights into them. Do humans make ethical decisions? Do we want AI systems to behave like humans or like ethical machines? Whose values and ethics should we integrate into AI? How will we find data for technology and AI to learn such ethical decision making? Just a couple of minutes ago, I was talking to a fellow panelist who told me that his role really is to bring in the data on which these machines get trained. So where is that data going to come on, even if we do identify these principles? And the biggest question of all, if AI does take these decisions, will humanity be willing to abide by these decisions? If we are to build autonomous AI systems that make independent decisions, this discussion couldn't be more urgent and more pertinent. As a neuroscientist, I know, and somebody who does more of experimental neuroscience, having people do tasks in the fMRI scanner, that decision making is an emotional cognitive process. For everybody who's part of this panel, I can assure you, you have never made a purely cognitive decision in your life. At least the measurement of the brain says there is some involvement of emotion always. Okay. So with that background, okay, before we get into the technical roles that each, and expertise that each panelist comes to this table with, I wanted to start this discussion on a more basic note, which is something that even you could think about, is I want to go around the panel and ask each panelist to answer each question without putting in front your technical expertise. What is it to be human? And can you provide examples of 3 human values that matter to you? So I'm starting with Vivian.
Easy questions. You've really lined this up to be straightforward. So also being a neuroscientist, although I happen to make fake brains on computers, the funny thing I often say is that people aren't villains because they're biased. They're just human. We only become villains if we refuse to do anything about it, refuse to acknowledge it. So certainly one aspect of being human with which I would agree with you, which is that, and I suppose many might, which is we're variable. We have this idea that we're a fixed thing. We will always make the same decision, and that just isn't true. So for me, being human is fundamentally being imperfect, because in a complex cognitive system, perfection is simply unattainable. There isn't such a thing. It's not a well-posed problem. So it may not be a holistic statement, but being human is being biased.
Perfect. Okay. David, I hope it's okay. I'm referring to you all by first names. It just makes it a little more closer.
Certainly fine with me. Yeah, I mean, the question of what it is to be human, you're asking a philosopher, and so I hope everyone is prepared to be here for quite a long time. But I think at core, especially when we think about these topics, I think perhaps the most interesting part about being human is that we have the ability to choose and to shape our own values in ways that are arguably close to unique in many parts of the world, and certainly when we compare it to AI systems. They implement and embody values, but they're the values that are coded into them either directly or indirectly. And in contrast, I think one of the things that's really remarkable about humans is that we have the ability to decide, you know what, this other value is more important to me. I'm going to change who I am. I'm going to change the way I act and think about the world. And that kind of metacognitive reflection, meta-emotional reflection on what we really want to value is, I think, one of the hallmarks of being human.
Great. Thank you. Gaurav.
So, unlike every other species that is purely biological for the most part, to be human is to be a mix of our biology, our physical form, also our culture, the fact that we speak and think in a particular type of language, and then our technology, the fire that cooks our food, the wheel that we transport with, the internet that we use. To be human is uniquely to be a mix of biology, culture, and technology. The three values, your question, I have a longish answer, but I'll try to boil it down. The first thing is Sage Yajnavalkya in his conversation with his wife Maitreyi said, everything is dear for the sake of the self. So what we value most are things that we see ourselves in. And so seeing the self in other things are the things that we truly value. The second is always a choice between pleasure and purpose. The Sanskrit words for those in India are shreyas and preyas, things that are pleasurable and things that are purposeful and right. And so having to choose between those often reflects our values. And the third thing that I think humans value the most is connection. Connection to each other, connection to meaning, purpose, value, markets, all sorts of things. And so in terms of what values I think are human values, I would put those three there.
Thank you so much. Shakti.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm actually a practitioner of AI. I build, develop AI applications, and I also define how AI works in an organization. I've always seen a conflict between AI and how it is interpreted by human beings. So like, what are those core values, what are those human ethics that we should worry about or AI applications should worry about? One is, as human beings, we want the systems to be able to differentiate between what's right and wrong, right? But the interpretation of right and wrong can also be dependent on the human being, on the individual, or on the culture the person comes from. Then the AI should have the ability to be fair, right? To be honest, at the same time be compassionate. If I'm applying for a loan and if my loan gets rejected, I want the system to be able to tell me that, look, it was being fair and that's why my loan was rejected.
Can I quickly jump in there, Shakti?
Yeah.
We will come back to that part of it. I want to know your own individual.
Sure. Yeah, so I would say that, as a human being, I want humans to be able to differentiate between what's right and wrong, what is to be fair, and to be compassionate, to have responsibility. The other thing is that as humans, we always strive for improvement, for betterment. We want to flourish, right? So we build systems so that our lives can improve. That is an inherent quality of a human being.
Okay, thank you. Rakesh.
Yeah, good morning. And being a scientist and a technologist, and later on into law. In fact, these are not the kind of expertise that I hold. So mine will be a very imperfect answer, and that can also be the quality of a human. Maybe continue to make learnings, to be able to take decisions based on the context in which we are there, to be able to see, to be able to sense, to be able to have emotions, and to be able to live in the society.
Okay, great. Aarti, certainly last but not the least.
So I would say to be human is to be conscious, because that is from where I believe that our needs and all our values come about. And if we can be conscious, then we can build up our values as per life goes on. And as everybody said, imperfection. So imperfection begins here, that you're conscious and you're aware that you're building up your needs as things happen around you. Thank you.
So I tried to list out as many as I could, and rather than go through all of them, I already have 16 human values that were listed out by people. And we have many more people in this room whom we haven't even talked to. So given that we're sitting amongst technologists and data crunchers, the data from this round suggests that human values vary across individuals. We may have more success with morals and ethics. So if we had to talk about which human values, we would probably end up spending the rest of the day deciding which human values. So I'm suggesting we move on to probably talking about more morals and ethics, where there might be easier to find some convergence. There's a fine line here too, and an example of something ethical, but not moral might be a criminal lawyer defending a guilty client. Ethically, a guilty client is entitled to receive the best possible defense, even if the lawyer personally believes that the client is guilty. Okay? So think back to David's class in philosophy, where he poses a question like this, and what's a decision that you might make? So given that we're talking about AI systems which are to work for society, maybe we might be better off focusing our discussion more around ethics rather than values, which might run into some level of difference amongst us. And then move on to the next argument, which is if we are to design an ethics for AI to be integrated into AI, should it be for society or should it be for humanity? Okay. Because we know societies also have cultural values. Okay. So here is where I want to tap into the unique expertise that each panelist brings to this table. And just to be clear, the question here is not ethically where we should be using AI, but rather how do we integrate ethics into AI systems so that the emergent behaviors and decisions are ethical. At least that's my understanding of the purpose of this discussion. So to dive in a little deep, can I pose the next question to David? As somebody who comes in with a background on data science, philosophy, and policy, how can philosophical frameworks help us identify morals for ethical decision making? Sure.
I'm going to give perhaps an unpopular answer, which is I don't know how much they actually will help.
Sorry, David, would you say that again?
We need to. Sorry?
Would you say that again, please?
I don't know that philosophical frameworks, the large ones that we tend to think about, I actually don't know that they will help very much with AI systems. I think with AI systems, we need to think about their behavior, how their actions advance some values rather than others, how they support some communities and individuals rather than others. And we need to judge those using ethical frameworks. but I don't think we should be trying to put the ethical frameworks into the AI systems. And I wasn't sure which direction you were going from that.
Why don't you pose the
but-
question the way you would like to answer it?
So I think, I think the real value of the philosophical frameworks is that they give us a chance to think about the really hard cases. If I'm trying to decide whether to steal $20 from Gaurav, I don't need an ethical theory, a fancy ethical theory to tell me I should not do that. All of the ethical theories are going to agree that that would be unethical for me to steal from him when I have no, compelling reason to do so. And so I think what we need to do is recognize that many of the questions that arise for AI systems, we need the ethical theories for the hard cases, for the cases where we have multiple self-driving cars on the road and they have to they have to coordinate with one another and with the human drivers, or when we're trying to decide how to balance the false positives in our diagnostic AI system that's going to we know it will make certain errors, just as human doctors do. Who should bear the cost of those errors? Who should be told incorrect information? And I think that's where the ethical theories can really come into play. And so one of the challenges, I think, for people building AI systems is how to recognize when they are facing one of those kinds of cases. So how do they know when to call somebody who's trained in philosophy and thinking about that? And I think that that's one of the challenges we as people who want to help AI developers have to try and solve, is for them to know when they should call somebody for help.
So if I may just do a follow-up, if they did call you in as a philosopher to be able to decide what should be the decision to be taken, how do you go about doing it?
So I would start by trying to understand where your previous question started. Thinking about values and who are the relevant human stakeholders who are impacted by this system and by the decision, understanding how those values should be prioritized, how they can be traded off against one another as we may have to, and then using that as a background against which we can try and understand what is technologically capable or technologically possible, because there may be things that we would like the AI to be able to do that are in fact, there's no way to get the system to do it. We just aren't able to have systems that are smart enough or context sensitive enough to be able to handle that particular challenge. And so at that point, we might have to think about not changing the AI, but changing the humans, or changing the context, or saying, you know what, the AI just is not able to handle this particular problem, so don't use it here. So I think oftentimes when interacting with people who are building AI systems, as an ethicist, I find sometimes the most important thing I can do is tell people, maybe you should not be using AI here at all. People in Silicon Valley here in the United States don't like to hear that. But I think oftentimes we need to recognize one of the things humans are very good at is making these kinds of context sensitive decisions. And sometimes we should prioritize the human in that way.
So you are of the mind that some difficult decisions can still be left to, what did we say, complex, imperfect human beings, and trust them to be able to make the right decisions, right? Which is heartening because it still means I have value, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think sometimes these really hard decisions, I think that they must be left to humans who are informed by AI systems. So I think the AI can play an enormous role in helping us to understand the different dimensions of the problems we face. But ultimately, I think the really hard decisions, the uses of AI in warfare, for example, really should remain with the humans because we are ultimately the moral agents here.
Thank you so much. So on that rather interesting note, may I move to Gaurav to say, from your unique perspective, bridging spirituality and technology, would you wish to add to David's argument or add a different flavor? And a second question to follow that is, do you believe that AI systems will be able to capture such essentials?
Yeah, thank you for that. And it's hard to follow up on David's amazing philosophical input. I'll just add from my point. I'll just double click on something I said earlier. Making choices is hard, and this is the hardest question in human history in general. All the Indian epics are entirely about what is the right decision at this point of time, and it's never easy. And that's the reason breaking it down into a discernible moral code is not something that in the Indian system stands the test of time, because the context matters, the space and time also matters. So space, time, and context keep changing, and because of that, it's impossible to think of a an absolute moral code like the 15 commandments of AI ethics or whatever, because the context is always variable. And for that, what I was saying earlier was the choice between the pleasurable and the purposeful is a hard choice, and it's not immediately evident. So Shreyas and Preyas. AI systems today, especially all technological systems, are designed with the short term in mind. They're designed to be pleasure maximizers in that sense. And because of that, AI systems tend to make the shortest, quickest decisions because they don't have the discernment to make longer term decisions. That discernment, the Sanskrit word for that, is viveka, the ability to discern a choice, between what's true and what's not true, what's right and what's not right. Vivek, even for the morally imperfect human beings, is hard to cultivate. This is the reason hard choices are hard, because it requires us to think about them, weigh everything, and eventually surrender ourselves to any outcome that might happen given our choices. That hard choice, I doubt if we understand how we make those choices, and therefore the machines that we make are unlikely to be able to inherit that capacity either. So, that being said, to answer your question, Nandini, I think AI, in the way I look at it right now, the way I experience its behavior, it's a pleasure maximizing system, and it's a great input. It's a computational machine that can give you inputs, but humans have to work extra hard to develop discernment. It's remember when we used to actually memorize cities in our head and drive around, and we no longer do that. We surrender to Google Maps and do whatever the heck it tells us to do. That surrendering of our decision making faculty to AI is going to be terrible, because the consequences will be immediate, because all the short termism will create chaos in society, as it already is with the attention deficit and all the dopamine scrolling and so on. To sum up, basically, AI discernment is hard to cultivate for humans, and therefore that, that much harder to train into an AI. And that's my position. Thank you, and I think I spoke too much.
So I'll come back to your point on discernment a little later, but when you mentioned Google Maps, and given the fact that I got to this place today also thanks to Google Maps, also laid out for me the amount of trust I have in Google Maps, a uniquely human capability, or trait of trust. Okay, so you did therefore mention in passing, or probably imply in passing, that it is possible to very quickly develop trust in AI systems. Okay, and a question that I have for you from a technology angle is, did people go around consciously putting in that trust in the system, or did it just emerge as a consequence of codifying the roots or the geography as accurately as possible?
Yeah. Okay. If you want me to respond to that first, I'll go. I think we're a species in general that trusts technology. If you look at fire, wheel, transport, all of these things, we trust our technology. I would like to think that we're already cyborgs in that sense, that we have ingested that technology, some of it into our biology, some of it into our culture. And so we like technology. It's like dogs, having dogs that have evolved with humans. We kind of like them. And so we trust technology that works. The question is, are we too easy to trust? And later, if you have time and when you roll back to me, I will tell you the story of Bhasmasur, this demon that would turn everything to ashes that he touches. And I think that's where technology is right now, where so much power vested in one short-term focused technology is going to burn everything down. At some point, we're going to have to think about how to stop that from happening. So I'll stop talking now.
So given that you mentioned discernment, I'm going to take that to Vivian straight away. Okay, given that her interest really is in humans and AI and neuroscience. And Vivian, I'm curious to know, do you find trust and discernment both human values in people? And do you see this to be challenging to bring into AI, or you think this should be an easy case to put into practice?
I mean, it's challenging to think of concept discernment and AI and machine learning. We could have a technical discussion of what that means. Trust in machine learning, trust of an AI about the world presumes sort of a level of social cognition that I mean, my feelings about artificial intelligence in terms of whether it is intelligent like us are complex. Much of our behavior is statistical, and I think statistical intelligence is, particularly in a large language model, is a very real thing. So if you look at an LLM as an instantiation of that form of intelligence, while acknowledging what David said much earlier, which is it's like a state space machine. At any given moment, it can be trusting or not trusting at all. And it all depends on how you let it to that moment. We can think, I don't want to get too nerdy about the specifics of what we're discussing, but you can think about how you might fine tune the training of these models to bias it towards being more trusting or less trusting. But again, it's largely a statement for the nerds in the room about where in some massive high dimensional manifold you are in these sort of embedded space of actions that it might take, which really amount to what's the next word it's going to deploy or the next stream of words that are implicitly represented. So trust is strange, whereas in humans, trust is messy and it's complicated. We could get into the neuroscience of it. When you trust a stranger who's very, very different than you, we see lots of effortful prefrontal activity. When you trust a stranger who's very similar to you, same accent, here's some weird details, smells the same, has a similar intestinal flora and fauna, interestingly enough, kind of like a rat that's already learned how to solve the maze, you see dopaminergic rewards the minute you share trust, long before it's ever paid off. Those kinds of dynamics and that wild difference in how humans respond to other humans isn't really instantiated in an LLM or a reinforcement learning model. We might simulate it, but it's not there. So that's complex. The discernment part it's also interesting. I ran an experiment for 3 years in a row with a big global company. I won't name them because this is about to make them sound bad. I virtually guarantee it'll be true of any company or any population of people. So we looked at these up and coming young executives, and they were involved in these wargaming exercises. Here's a bunch of complicated scenarios and you're going to have to read through all this material. There won't be enough time to read it all, and then you have to make some choices. And they were given the rough idea of the scenarios and the choices before they got started. And the very first year we did this, a number of them walked up to me and said, I mean, it's obvious we're supposed to make choice number one. That's clearly the right choice to make. And choice number three, I mean, Mr. Burns from The Simpsons wouldn't make choice number three. You'd have to be a horrible villain to make choice number three. And then that first year, we just let the thing run normally. Every single person chose the thing they themselves had identified as morally wrong. every single one. These are highly educated, highly ambitious global executives, and they themselves were engaging in this behavior. So maybe we're very state-spacey. In the quiet of thinking about it on their own, they made one set of choices. When there was social pressure and time pressure and cognitive load, they made a completely different set of choices, even though they were the same person. So maybe in these questions of how you discern the choices before you, as well as how we trust, perhaps in some ways we're more like an LLM than we would like to admit. We are much more variable. We're like these big, gigantic wave functions. Now, to appeal to your physicist side, we are a tendency to exist, but we can be any of these different versions of ourselves at any given moment, depending on context. And I think understanding that about humans gives us some insight about AI and the much more complex question of how humans and AI interact. And if I can, because I'll keep this very quick, about 15 years ago, this was probably one of the first things I ever shared in social media because I hate it with a passion that dims the sun. And so I don't do a lot, but I shared out this prediction that I bet in 5 or 10 years, people are going to find that Google Maps actively accelerates early onset dementia. Not because I don't like Google Maps. I've used it all over the world. I've used it to get around in Bangalore and Shenzhen and Kuala Lumpur. Just like that, I know how to get to my hotel from anywhere in the world. But I didn't have to think about getting there. So I will say as a context for all of my future comments, I'm going to be very practical in my statements. I am better when I use Google Maps, but I am worse than where I started when I turned it off again. And one thing I challenge my students at UC Berkeley to think about is if you're going to build a system, less so than thinking about meta-ethical frameworks for AI development, are you confident? Do you know that the system you built not only makes people better when they're using it, but they're better than where they started when they turn it off again? And for me, that's always been the driving question about our interaction with AI. I think David's 100% right. When you have these things making autonomous decisions at large scale, and particularly AI-powered weaponry, all of this stuff incredibly complicated. But if you're talking about people, I'm the thing that I want to be made better. And that always has influenced. It probably came out of my work in neuroprosthetics, where I don't want to put something in someone's brain that does for them what they can already do. I want them to get better at doing it. And I carried that over into my work in artificial intelligence.
That was very interesting, and it brought back two interesting incidents for me, which I just want to put in context here. A couple of weeks ago, there was a news report in one of the newspapers in India of somebody driving a car on using Google Maps. And probably Google Maps didn't have all the information. And the car, along with its occupants, reached the dead end of a highway that was under construction. And very unfortunately, that ended in a fatal accident, okay? And so implicit trust in Google Maps does not work, one, or should not work. One, and a second point that you probably didn't explicitly say, but I think you mentioned or referred to when you were talked about even the link to dementia is somewhere never stop being human, okay? Whatever you do, however much you might trust the system that you are using for its AI, the human in you should never let go of and should always somewhere be there in the picture. So whether it's you, David mentioned too that we go back to humanity when we do have to take the difficult decisions. So I think one important take home that I already have after the three of you have spoken is somewhere we can't let go of being human and expect that there will be a time that AI will take over all my decision making for me and therefore my thinking for me. But therefore, biologically, where does that leave me? Is a question that humans need to think about very carefully, especially neurobiologically. Does it take me closer to dementia? Or does it still leave me being human enough? We think we're going to end up being more creative, but that remains to be seen. So we've talked a lot about situations that are theoretical or idealistic and maybe been simulated. But I want to take this more to now Shakti, who does this more in the practical realm, okay? And go back to looking at both trust and discernment. And these seem to have been two sort of values that have emerged in the discussion. Is, Shakti, when you are actually looking at AI systems in industry, do you think trust and discernment can be built into AI systems practically? Do you have any examples of such systems? And if not, where do you see the greatest challenges for doing this?
Sure, Nandini, that's a great question. See, one thing I want to clarify, first of all, is that here, when we're talking about AI, I think we are referring more towards generative AI and not all kinds of AI. If you look at like regular data analytics, that is AI. A simple algorithm which tells me that this picture is that of a cat and not a dog, that is also AI, right? So there is not much of ethics involved there. I remember, I started my career in late 90s, and at that time I saw an article in the Wall Street Journal where it showed a young man wearing a baby diaper and holding a beer. What data analytics showed there was that young fathers, when they go to buy baby diapers, they also buy beer. So the stores start putting beer and baby diapers together. So there's no concept of ethics there. See, where ethics come in is, you build a generative AI solutions using large language models. Large language models have two unique capabilities. One is the semantic capability. You can communicate with a large language model like the way you and I do, right? The way the humans talk to each other. I don't have to explain that, this is my sentence, this is the verb, this is the adverb, this is the noun. It just understands you. The other thing is the amount of data that it is trained on, right? It is extremely knowledgeable of all the things out there. Like a model like ChatGPT 3.0, when it first came out, it was trained on 21 petabytes of data. That is a lot of data, right? Now the thing comes here is that these models don't have any ethics, right? It is just a piece of software. You have an input, which is a data set, and it will do what it is trained to do. That's it. Now, there are models, right, which can affect human beings or which can have a role to play in ethics. So, for example, when you talk about trust, let's say if it's a loan-giving application, and that model continuously rejects the applications of a particular community. Why is that happening? Is it because the model is biased? Is it because I cannot trust it? Or is it what the data tells me? As a financial institution, why would I incur a loss, by giving a loan to that community? Is that a wrong thing to do? Or is that a purely business decision, right? A pure business decision. Right? So these are the things that we have to see, like what is ethics? What are the trusts here? These are the things I look into. If I build a lot of applications using LLMs, and I see if that LLM is going to allow me to put guardrails around it. What are these guardrails? I say, okay, this model is supposed to answer only the loan-related application loan-related questions or some HR questions. I'm going to put a guardrail saying that don't answer any questions that are not HR related. Can the model do that for me? Right? If it can do that, then I will use that model and I will say, okay, the ethics are built in. The other question with ethics is, whose ethics are we going to use? Ethics are dependent on the culture, right? A lot of these models, like say, for example, I'm asking the model, an LLM model, to give me a picture of a young a woman CEO, whose picture is it going to show, right? There is no such concept of geofencing. If I am in the southern part of India, I should expect a picture of a woman from southern part of India. If I'm in China, a similar picture like that. These things are not built in there. Now, is that a wrong thing? No, because the models have been trained on that data. Now, who is preventing other countries to not train their own data? If the models have been trained by OpenAI or Google, then inherently the data they would use would belong to their part of the world. Why would I say that there is no ethics in there? If I have to put ethics in there, it's not an easy thing. You can say, okay, thou shalt not lie, thou shalt do this, and all that, right? All the commandments will be there. But that will make the whole system quite impractical. It will say that you have put so many constraints on me that I'm no longer practical, so I cannot help you. You don't want that also, right? You want a very practical model. So these are some of the things that I look into the system. But like from the technology point of view, I also see that my data should not be compromised. So if I'm using OpenAI or if I'm using Gemini, Google, they should not store my data and train their models with that data, right? So all my secrets will be exposed otherwise. These are some of the things that I continuously look into when I'm choosing a model or the vendor.
I hadn't intended to, but now that you brought in culture, I'm going to bring back David into the discussion. David, do you think AI systems, where we're talking about ethics, when we come in, there should be a role for culture, or should AI systems which are designed to be ethical be based on some set of universal human or human rights and wrongs that as a humanity we decide on? Your comments on that?
You keep giving us such easy questions to answer. I think, so I don't think that when we're thinking about culture and we think about cultural norms and cultural practices, I think there's often not a bright line we can draw between that and ethics. So it's a culture, driving is a cultural practice. Driving practices are very different in San Diego from where I live now, from Pittsburgh, where I used to live before, from Delhi, when I visited before. There's a lot of differences there. And in many ways, there are some part of ethical conduct is often going to be conforming to the cultural and social norms. And so I think that we do want systems that are sensitive to the context in which they're being deployed. I think the previous example of, if you're in particular communities, having a certain kind of personalization or cultural specific personalization, I think is really valuable. That being said, I think there clearly are ethical principles and values that are universal. I mean, the Declaration of Universal Human Rights is obviously right at the top there. And I think that when we think about the ethical principles, we have to recognize they're coming from a lot of different sources. Probably we don't want to personalize all the way down to the individual. We don't want my car to drive radically differently than somebody else's car just because I have different ethical principles than, say, Vivian has. But I think that, yes, we definitely should be trying to bring into consideration information about the cultures in which the system is being deployed, even though most systems right now are pretty bad at that.
Okay, so it's interesting that we are sort of treading the line between reality and optimal or ideality, if such a word might exist. And so on that note of culture, morals, and ethics, I want to move on to Rakesh on looking at this in the legal system, which I hope and believe is still less impacted by culture, okay, and is probably puts humanity as central. Rakeshji, do you think that the legal system, the way it is designed, has a sense of universal ethics already built in, which you would find across the world? Or do you think this is also impacted by culture?
Yeah, legal systems to me in any case are highly context sensitive. Different countries have different legal systems, primarily because of maybe what is acceptable to my culture may not be acceptable somewhere else, and vice versa is also true. And the same thing has been built into the law. And to that an extent, I do believe that any AI system for that reason should take into account the expectations, the culture, the ethics of that particular demography, and hence should be inclusive in nature. We as human beings tend to trust, and therefore trust whatever is being shown as an outcome by maybe a particular AI system, maybe, and therefore this trust should remain, and any solution which is developed should be able to reinforce that particular trust and should be unbiased, should be reliable, should be secure, should be I'll say compliant to whatever the laws of that particular society, of that particular country is, and that's it.
So are AI systems being used in legal governance today?
Yeah, I mean, so people are developing such systems, whether within the organization or for the state or for the country, I mean, as a whole.
So actually here, Nandini,
Yeah.
just to answer quickly, there is a model called Harvey, that is specifically built to, it is trained on all the legal cases, either in the entire world or at least in the United States or the Western world. And you can ask it any question. There's something called Manupatra. I mean, for the legal industry, it goes far and above Manupatra, because it is capable of announcing its own judgment. Based on everything that it is trained on. So Harvey is one. Like it has been developed after spending, I think, a few $1 billion.
And how actively is that used today? Is it used across the world or only in specific parts of the world?
So right now, it is on an invite-only basis. Okay. So you need a subscription, but it's not open to everyone yet. Yeah.
What is
But
important
there are
is
a number of systems that are being used for basic case prep, contract review, and obviously what they're trained on is just, you might call it the fine details of law, the well-posed questions of law. That has its own ethical implications as well. If we have a number of junior lawyers being hired by top law firms, and much of what they're doing is case prep and contract review, is sort of a continuing education to becoming a top lawyer themselves, a senior partner, let's say, at a major firm, then that opportunity for them to learn how to make those judgments is taken away. I gave a talk at an AI and law conference. I mean, this was probably 10 years ago, and I thought they would be a very jaded group. I thought that they would be the whole question of ethics. Let's just say lawyers don't always have the best reputation. But interestingly, their imaginations were fired by what was possible. And one man came up afterwards, the chief counsel for a global corporation, and he said, everything you said is so fascinating, but every year after we bring in a new class of young students, I block off 2 weeks because I know what's going to happen every year. I block off 2 weeks because every one of those young lawyers from Harvard and Yale and Oxford. They're going to book an hour of my time, and I let them. And they're going to come in because they're all hyperachievers and they're all driven. They're going to come in having discovered every flaw in every contract we've ever signed. They will have read them all, and they will find, did you know we could do this to our opponents and we could do this, and they have this mistake. And he gives them an hour to get that out of their system, and then he says to them, we already knew that those flaws were there. The reason we're not using it against them is because it's wrong. And frankly, because they would do it back to us because there's flaws in our contracts too. And I think one of the interesting questions, again, alluded to, I think, much earlier by David and maybe a couple of others, is that nuanced, highly contextual decision making. I don't think it's beyond modern AI, but it often involves a set of decisions which we really have not optimized these systems to make, because quite frankly, even these brilliant genius young lawyers are not making them well. And it does leave me a little worried, again, in an ethical legal framework discussion about AI, is if you empower everyone to mine through every contract and legal case and find the flaws, but they haven't spent 20 years learning what to do about them, when they go from the well-posed problem to the ill-posed problem, are they ready to make those ill-posed, uncertain decisions? And that is a big motivator for a lot of, again, my decision-making in this context is less about what do we put into AI and more consequentialist. What is coming out of it? What is the result of its interaction with people? And it's, again, I don't think there's easy decisions to be made here. It's just a framework for thinking about what are we wanting to get out of these systems as opposed to what we're wanting to put into them.
So if we were to revert back to what David had posed earlier and suggested that, and using your example of the ill-posed problem, the ill-posed problem is probably better tackled still by a group of human beings, and the well-posed problem might be something that can be, that one can let or provide AI the autonomy to decide or to take decisions on. Is that something that, that we as a panel can begin to subscribe to, or is that too bold a statement to make? So I'm not really seeing anybody have too many concerns around that. So maybe that's one
I would like to
takeaway.
come in
Sure.
here.
And this is where I was going to just take the decision back to you. Is as I was hoping there would be a voice of dissent from you as a mental health professional. How would you comment on that? And what do you think are the greatest challenges that we encounter here?
So like I said in the beginning, to be human is to be conscious. Yes, human consciousness has evolved, but at the same time, I believe from a very Jungian perspective, the psyche is sacred. So as sacred as what we are talking right now, its moral development as such today and over the last, let's say, 20 or 30 years has so many factors come in. There is the cultural exclusivity, and like Mr. Maheshwari just pointed out, in the legal system, we are talking about how ethical maturity actually plays a really big role for all those AI systems to be in place. And Vivid, David, and Gaurav also brought us to one very exclusive piece that I think that we are missing out, the psychological groundedness that is required for an individual to be able to impact AI, for us to be able to use it. And to me, it seems that AI is the mirror of human consciousness today as it is coming around. And in that regard, is AI truly serving humanity? Are we creating it to serve humanity? Or like we at A4G believe that it's replacing humanity and reducing it. So whether it's replacement or reducing, I think that it needs to be rooted in philosophy, empathy, and just genuine spiritual sensitivity towards the individual so that they can make those moral choices that we have been talking about right now.
So I should let you into a little secret that how many people watch Star Trek here? Okay, reasonable number. And so my favorite AI, which I thought, which I always wondered whether I would see when, as long as I lived, was data. Okay, and my belief was that if we could build systems that could take decisions like data did, I would feel reasonably happy in living in that world, because data was, or rather is, empathetic, kind, compassionate, and very strongly ethical in most cases, to the point that sometimes it upsets your own decision and your own morals completely, but somewhere your conscience knows that what data is saying is right. Okay, so I've always kept data as my model for building in ethical AI systems. It might be too simplistic, but it always helps to have some kind of a concrete picture out there that you want to aspire towards. Okay. On that note, where I sense that the energy in the room is a little serious, okay, I'm wondering if we can take a little body break and just say that let people stand up and stretch a little bit, maybe have a glass of water, recognizing that though we are talking about AI systems, it's still human beings discussing it. So maybe respond to body and biology, and just take a 2-minute or a 60-second breather and come back. So spend a few minutes with few seconds with yourself, stretch if you want to, stand up if you want to, and if you don't, then I will at least try and see if we can do a small exercise in mindfulness. So 60-second break for all of us before we come back to the discussion. So get just to come back quickly.
Yeah, because I think Vivian and
Sure.
it's quite late in the night for them.
आप ऑन कर देंगे फिर से वो Thank you so much for staying online, and as I was reminded that it's getting late for you guys and I should not keep you too long. But also aware that as a lot of the discussion I realized was getting too philosophical for some of the people in the room, and I could see some switch-offs happening. You know, people were beginning to nod off and gently begin to leave. I thought it might be time to do a quick sort of reboot or touch base to come back. Something that I do in a lot of in-person workshops, given that I do a lot of work with teachers and children, is to do a quick body check. You know, I want all of us to make sure that you have your inner voice that is still connecting with you and speaking to you. I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure Gaurav knows this, but I'm not sure about David and Vivian, whether you are familiar with this very simple exercise that is often done to, I do it to check back to my inner voice, but it's also something which helps you sort of restore balance and calm. It's called Brahmari, okay? So you plug in your fingers into your ears. So you're sort of blocking out the sound outside, and you just hum to yourself, okay, like a bee, okay? And it's believed to reconnect you with your inner voice as well as bring back a sense of balance and grounding. So if all of you are with me in this room, and in an attempt to bring back the collective which started off this discussion, let's all do a quick Brahmari together, okay? So I want you all to join me. Plug in your ears. Just plug this in. And you can follow Gaurav as some people do it this way. You can do it this way too. Close your eyes and just hum loudly to yourself like a bee would, okay? So do I can't hear any sound in the room. We need a nice loud sound. Thank you. That's a little better. We all go back to our inner voice when you have to take a difficult decision, okay? And that's all I was just trying to remind us all of. So a couple of people came up in this short break to remind me that whilst we've just discussed a lot of philosophy, maybe in the earlier part of it, veering a little off ethics occasionally, there is a reasonable amount of interest to draw attention to how we are going to train AI systems to be able to make these ethical decisions, or to be able to take, even if they are based on well-posed problems or ill-posed problems. So if I may broadly define this, they are often called the training sets, which AI is based on and built on. So I want to reach out to the technologists in this group and see if they might actually point us to, and it's interesting that the technologist who I was hoping to tap into Shakti is right now probably stepped out. But I'm wondering, Gaurav, if you can, and Vivian, based on the examples that you provided, if you can provide some insights on what's the kind of training sets that are used to build in these ethical decision-making or even human value-making decisions into AI systems right now. Vivian, you might be doing it on computers and in terms of models when you're doing this. But what are the kinds of algorithms or training sets do you tap into when you're building these? There's an interest amongst the people around us to know a little more about that and see how that's something that they can build on further. So maybe I could start with Gaurav and then move on to Vivian.
No, I'll let Vivian go first because you're Cal.
Sorry, would you speak up a little more, Gaurav? Couldn't hear you.
No, I was asking Vivian to go first.
Okay, Vivian, the floor is yours.
Sure, I'll dive in first. So your framing is well put. I was probably not a naive audience, but there is this missing idea that somehow we're programming rules in, a la, Arthur Clarke or something, Asimov, that you can just program these rules in as hard rules into system. And if we just had enough old men with long beards that knew all the right answers to everything, we could program them all in and it would all be done. And in reality, in machine learning, what we're doing is setting up regimes that could be either the game playing of a reinforcement learning model, which won one of the Nobel Prizes this year. I'm sure LLMs are be up for some kind of prize, maybe an Ig Nobel soon. So, although I love them, but it's really about choosing the right training regime. But what's interesting is we focus so much, and so much conversation in the world of AI goes into where do we get these wonderful curated data sets on which we train. Obviously, again, in the RL space, one of the big breakthroughs is I don't need any data set. I can create a simulated world and just let, let's say, AlphaFold play with all the rules of proteins to discover whatever it wants, playing games against itself. But in the space of large language models, it's this mass of language. Originally English, but now everything that we can hoover up around the world. And what I might contend, and then the big additional breakthrough here is actually adding reinforcement learning onto that, a human in the loop reinforcement learning model where you go through and do fine tuning. Most of what we probably are thinking of as the good behavior of these models, that it's respectful, that it's not allowing people to build biological weapons, is coming from the human in the loop training portion, plus certain additional filters put on top of things. What is often missing is what are our cost functions? And again, this is for the people really building things, because this comes up a lot. We mentioned it isn't just all this sort of generative AI, a term I don't love because generative models mean something completely different and pre-existed. But is we don't think about that much. Predict the next word is the cost function. But in other contexts, so I built models to decide who gets hired at companies. And Amazon tried to hire me to be their chief scientist to do that for them. And they somewhat notoriously had a big failure there, where they took all of their hiring history data, a small army of brilliant young men, not exclusively, but pretty close to it, and they turned them loose to essentially figure out who would get a promotion in their first year at Amazon. And it wouldn't shock anyone that's ever worked on a problem like this to know that the answer is, the number one answer, the biggest correlation in the data is, are you a man? If you're not, you have to put that completely out. But Amazon, they aren't bad people. Yeah, I turned down the job. Greatest job pitch I've ever gotten. Vivian, in 7 years, will be a 1 million person company. That dates it a little bit. Your job will be to make their life better. How could I not fly up to Seattle and meet with everyone? Turns out Jeff's idea of a better life is distinctly different than mine, and probably most of ours, to be perfectly honest. So I didn't take the job, but they're not bad guys. So when their system wouldn't hire women, they did everything that, at least in that era, ethical AI told them that they should. They took off all the women's names, all the women's college, all the gender markers. And the AI that they built, a deep neural network, to do this discrimination in the generic sense, did something amazing, something no human being at Amazon could do. It figured out who was a woman and wouldn't hire them. So that cost function is where their system failed. No one on the team pushed back and said, is whether you got a promotion your first year at Amazon 10 years ago still the right question to be answering today about who will be the best employees? And probably there's not as much thought about those kinds of complex questions going on, partially because so many brilliant students coming out of top universities have simply been said, hey, we're going to train a deep neural network to recognize dog breeds, and here's all the data, here's all the right answers, here's the architecture I want to build. Go build it for me, find all the right metaparameters. And you do that for 7 years, and then you get a job in the world where you're deciding who gets loans, who gets jobs, who gets police scrutiny. And you haven't been trained to say, are we asking the right questions? And I mean formally instantiate that in the cost function of the model. And that's hidden in the ethics of LLMs because the cost function is simply predict the next word. And you don't think hard enough about, well, predicting the next word of the English language American literary corpus incorporates a whole lot of racism and a whole lot of gender bias in it. So that's where I'm really focused here, is this question of what are the right cost functions? Because frankly, that takes us back into the world of these ill-posed versus well-posed problems. And that's the human constraint here, is our ability to discover these uncertain outcomes. So in all of my models, that's where I'm focusing. What's your cost function? The data is a constraint you can work around. The architectures are something you can optimize. The cost function is where the fundamental questions come out to play.
So Vivian, somebody just sent me a WhatsApp message to requesting you to elaborate what's a cost function.
Sure. So in many of these models, you have some sort of way in which your model updates its performance. So the cost function in an LLM has gotten very complicated because they've gotten massive, but at their heart, it's predict the next word. And so you're looking at how accurate it is. And you can model it in ways you could say, give me what the 3 next words would be. And if the actual word appears in that set, then that's good. Or tell me what the 3 possible words. In reinforcement learning, the cost function is a little different. You've created a game in which the AI plays, and the cost function is implicitly incorporated in the score that it gives. So there, the human decision is, what's the game? And how do we arrange those scores? And in the case of that I started with Amazon and a deep neural network, just to have run through 3 broad types of models, the cost function was given information about a specific human being, predict whether they got a promotion in their first year at Amazon. And then you take all the historical data. In all of these cases, you would get some kind of a numerical value, which you can compare against a scalar, a vector, and derive from that then some kind of signal that you can send back through the network for it to update all of its decision making. And in some ways, there are implicit cost functions in human beings as well. We just don't think about them because, well, we can get into a lot of complex questions about where you think those come from.
Save that for David. Save that for David.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm saving the cost function in humans for David, now that you brought it up. So I'm giving you a heads up, David, there. But Gaurav, what about you?
Yeah, since you like movie metaphors, in Planet of the Apes, the chimpanzees finally acquire guns and they have tremendous power. I think the question of how to train AI systems to make better ethical decisions. I'm going to go back to what Vivian was just saying, and just add to that my perspective. I don't think you're looking in the right place. So you can't train AI systems to make ethical decisions if you don't understand what ethical decisions are. So I'd want you to go past your engineering education and really acquire a better sense of how the world works, a good sense of history, philosophy, and culture. Because if you don't understand it, you're a chimpanzee with a gun, extremely powerful and completely like dangerous. And so my recommendation to everyone in this, in this room listening, all the students, is acquire a better sense of the world and history. You can see that, and I'm sure people on this panel will agree. Uh, uh, Engineers have now become to dominate world culture, as you can tell, and certainly this. And much to their surprise, the world is not an engineering simulation. And they are learning that by applying their power at a global scale and to complete chaos and poor outcomes. The point is, you can't train AI systems to make ethical decisions if you're not trained on making ethical decisions. You need to learn that yourself first, and only then will you know how the data can be, can be looked at.
Sorry, we can't lost your voice there.
Give AI decisions that are ethical decisions. Keep them out of the AI's decision-making purview because of the reasons we just talked about. All right. With that, Nandini, I'm giving back to you.
Okay. I'm going to move this back to Rakesh to get his perspective on, can he think of the idea of a cost function in legal governance or even in terms of accountability? Is it possible, Rakesh, for you to think of that?
Yeah, maybe I'll talk about from a perspective of accountability.
Okay.
So if we look at the stakeholders in the whole ecosystem, there is a user, there is a developer, and then there is government also, who also has a clear role of maybe ensuring that the internet is safe, secure, trusted. Because once again, I mean, people may use it in whichever way they want. Government has always certain role towards the society and towards the country. So in that context, let's understand, I mean, as to what should be done from a user perspective, which I told, I mean, people tend to have a trust in the system, or people believe whatever is being generated as an outcome by an AI system is true. And this is mostly true, and that's where, I mean, the kind of examples that you gave is where people had belief and maybe things went wrong. But things generally go right and should go right, and that's why maybe the platforms were asked to convey that, and platforms have devised their policies. I mean, while everybody talks of responsible and ethical AI, particularly in the context of generative AI, platforms have started writing that the AI is experimental. Don't 100% believe. It may be hallucinating sometimes, and therefore it is important that some critical thinking is done on the outcome that has been delivered to the person who has used it. And particularly for students here in this, I'll say, audience, today maybe each one of us may be using AI in whichever context. And I have, for example, I'll say studies wherein, particularly in the urban India, many students above 10, 12 years have started using AI in one way or other. So while there is nothing wrong in using AI to be able to maybe submit your exercises, to be able to submit your assignments, it's always important that you be aware of the context and you do the critical thinking before any submission is done. So your value addition is important. From an organizational perspective, it is important, and those principles of inclusiveness, I mean, whatever trust people have, you should also be as much as trustworthy. You should have taken into the context. You should have, make it more inclusive. And so all those goodies which are there, which are considered to be the principles of responsible and ethical AI is what you need to follow. Of course, simultaneously giving the bottom line that maybe don't trust it completely. So it may make mistakes. On the government part, it's important that maybe, because government has to frame regulations as to which kind of regulations should be brought in. I mean, AI is an emerging tech. A lot of innovation is possible. It's transformative in nature. And particularly for countries like us, it has a lot of potential, I'll say a lot of opportunity. It presents a lot of opportunities. So government, while they frame the regulations, so first of all, are there any regulation as of today? Maybe not specifically. The IT Act, which is there, does cover intermediaries, online intermediaries, social media platforms. But the way AI systems have emerged, they are actually not intermediaries, they are actually not publishers as well. So it's a hybrid, depends upon the way you interact, the context and the answer and the response comes in. So a lot of it is based on whatever they have been trained, and to that an extent, it's the responsibility of the service provider. But beyond a point, service providers can also go wrong, and to that an extent, what is really required is transparency and whatever, particularly the algorithmic transparency. So once again, coming back to what government should do, there are three options. Maybe do nothing. Whatever laws are already there, I mean, do nothing does not mean that do nothing. That there are already laws of copyright, maybe AI Act, maybe security, maybe on privacy. Such laws are already there, and therefore any new system, any new service provider should continue to follow those laws which are applicable in other areas. So that means, for example, if I say that no content which is considered unlawful should be shown by any of the query that you may put to the AI system. So that means no abuses, no pictures, no videos of something which is considered unlawful should be an output of the system. So that's one approach. The second is maybe because the technology is changing too fast and the law will in any case not be able to catch up, maybe for such kind of emerging tech, so it's not just relating to AI, it's also applicable to other emerging tech, whether it relates to, so let's say, I mean, blockchain technology, the VDAs, the virtual digital assets, the quantum computing, metaverse, and such other emerging technologies. It may be, I mean, the law in any case, I mean, it's not just in India, elsewhere also will not be able to catch up. So either continue to rely on the existing laws, and beyond that, ask the industry to come up with self-regulation model. So that means there should be some standards which are to be followed by everyone, and if things go wrong, maybe try to develop a system that it can self-correct. Now, self-regulation, whether in India will work or not. And the third scenario is that you start, I mean, so while innovation in any case must be promoted, the startups
must also be protected. I mean, particularly when things go wrong. So somebody said that maybe hundreds of people die on Indian roads because of the human error that is made. But if an error is made by an autonomous vehicle, there will be huge liability. And you just have to go to the drawing board and maybe work for another 2 years to be able to develop the system. So that means expectations from an AI system are entirely different than what the expectations from humans were. And naturally, once again, as I said, the role of the government is to ensure that trust, safety, data leakage prevention, and incident reporting. So all those things are to be in place. And particularly because in cyber world, please don't think that everybody is good. Everybody is thinking in a responsible, ethical manner. There are always players, maybe within the country, maybe outside the country, who will always try to maybe hack into your systems or create outputs which can be injurious to the person, to the society, to the country. And therefore, maybe to ensure, so unless you have a law, you cannot actually, there is nothing called as unlawful unless you have a law in place. So start working on a law which is fairly simple, fairly principle-based, and to that extent, so not a rigid law, and maybe quite flexible in approach, quite agile to the specific scenarios, because we also don't know as to what kind of harms may appear in future. So a principle-based, agile law and an institution to be able to manage it. Particularly when I talk in the context of cyber, we don't really have an institutional mechanism already available. So the only mechanism that we have is the IT secretary of the states, which are considered as adjudicators, and for a number of, I'll say, cyber contraventions, civil wrongs, for which if there is an undue loss or undue gain to the individual, to the companies, that they can approach this adjudicator, the IT secretary of the concerned state, to be able to seek redressal, to be able to seek compensation. And if you are not really happy with the decision, to the Cyber Appellate Tribunal, which in this case happens to be TDSAT, and if you are still unhappy with the decision of the TDSAT, to the Supreme Court. So that's how the whole judicial system works. As I said, so whether this arrangement will be good enough in the context of such emerging technologies like AI and other technologies that I talked about, or should we really think of a different kind of regulator in the cyberspace? Or maybe because we already have RBI, we already have SEBI, we already have IRDI, we already have a power regulator, we already have TRAI. Can any of these regulators be assigned this role? Or now maybe we will have a data protection board as well. So can any of these regulators be given this responsibility to ensure that maybe what companies are claiming to be responsible and ethical, and as and when things go wrong, maybe fix the accountability? So these are the considerations that are going on. To the best of my knowledge, government is already working on maybe creating a AI safety institute, so some sort of a hub and spoke model of how a safety institute shall work is already being thought of, but government does remain open as of today as to how regulations in this area be taken up, and particularly, once again, in the Indian context, making a law, taking it to the parliament is a long process. And till such time, maybe a law is developed and an agile law is developed as to what should be the alternate mechanism is very important to understand and maybe to be discussed. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing such massive points onto the table, which I think require a symposium by themselves to deliberate on. But given that you brought in accountability already, and we have lots of young people sitting in the room, and mental well-being in terms of the role of AI and accountability. Aarti, do you think AI should also be held accountable for contributing or impacting the well-being of young people, which is supposed to be of serious concern today? Should there be a place for well-being also being part of this accountability equation when the government decides to come up with regulatory mechanisms, in addition to being shown what is right or wrong or permitted or not, because that's where the ethics will come in. But coming back to the well-being issue, which I think is even more prime than deciding that.
So how I see it is that government bodies and corporations are like psyche, quite literally, because you have these stages of development in psychology that a human psyche goes through. Similarly, for corporations and governments, just like Mr. Maheshwari was right now mentioning, that there have to be systems in place. So when you filter out these systems and understanding processes of what's inclusive and what's not inclusive, you come out with your own morality, which is a choice, which we have been talking about over the past 1.5 hours, that what are the choices that we are making right now in the evidence-based scenario that we are placed in, because it's a constant interaction with how the environment is changing. That brings me to something which is very at the core of everything: authenticity. Authenticity and accountability go hand in hand. So if the individual is being authentic in their action and thought, they'll be able to take accountability. It's not only young people, ma'am, right now, it's every one of us taking that accountability to make that decision, and even the decision with gender and other cognitive biases that come in, like the example Vivian gave, that wherein Google had to work on its own to find out that one woman who could go ahead and make that difference. So what are we seeing here? We are seeing that it's a model, it's a framework, what the cross-sectional framework that was being talked about, that where is the crossing at? According to me, what I can observe, it is the ethical maturity. And with governments working together, with corporations working together, we can actually bring about an ethical maturity model that can be given to students as young as 3 or 4 when they start socializing, and build up that accountability and authenticity within that young soul to be able to sit in positions like we are sitting here today, and many of these young people will be sitting 10 years down the line and saying in symposiums like these that the choices we made back then were the ethical choices that are leading to better future outcomes. And the white paper outcomes and the policy outcomes have to be revolving around one very essential fact, that in the Indian context of everything, we come back to dharma, we come back to what is right, and it is put across through all religions and all practicing philosophies. I do a lot of work with conscious leadership, and in my own practice, I have created these models for all these leaders wherein we are consciously working not only on mindfulness, but also taking up personal responsibility, not only for their work ethics, but also for their personal ethics, coming back to our initial conversation, what we began with. So if everything is coming back to a point zero, the cross-section is, what are you identifying with that particular point zero right now? What is the government identifying with? So if we sit here and talk about it, what is the point zero that we take to the government to work on immediately to help us not make AI reduced or be able to just relocate us into different phases? And that is where well-being is. Well-being in AI today is the ability to use it for good, and also to create a space wherein it is constantly evolving to be more and more an asset to us and not reduce our human authenticity. That's all that I would like to say for now.
So as you were talking about authenticity, I was trying to look at some of the faces of the big young people sitting over here. Okay, And the impression they give me is, you guys are sitting around a table talking about authenticity, about being true to yourself and being good. But that's the last thing on my mind. Okay? This sounds too good to be true and sounds too idealistic. Okay? My benchmarks for deciding what is success, what is it that I aspire to, seem to be quite different. Okay? So is it also therefore time to have a conversation on what we might want to start bringing back into some of our education systems for discussion, is probably also having a discussion around, maybe you want to turn that off.
No,
It's
I would-
echoing. Yeah, you come back and speak, yeah. Is having a class on ethics and greater good for us to be able to at least bring these back into conversations that young people need to begin to have and think about. There could, I think the number of people who think about, between 20 and 30 who think about dharma can probably be counted on the fingers of one hand, okay? Forget about both hands. So so I hadn't planned to bring in education into this discussion at all, but given the way the discussion has gone and we are talking about ethics, we probably need to also start thinking about a collective ethics that we want to build in as part of a society or a humanity that we're aspiring towards. So that's additional food for thought. And back to you for your comments before we go to Shakti.
So curiosity kills a cat. And where I am sitting right now, we have Vivian and Gaurav. I would like to bring them onto this in particular, because like I said, that building up younger individuals, bringing up the kids better, in a better, more authentic and more responsible way. With Vivian's background and Gaurav's background, what do they have to say about this first? Let them speak.
So that's a very smart hijack of the role of the moderator that I'm very impressed to see. Over to you, Vivian and Gaurav.
Vivian, please go ahead. I think David and I
Can't
both did
hear
the
you.
universe
I guess you're on
sign for
mute.
you're on mute.
There we are. Great. Sorry about that. So I think about this a lot when I made the truly horrendous choice to leave academia and start a company twice over. It was an education company. And the first company, we did something really cool. Nobody wanted to use it, but I'm still proud of what we built. But by the time we got to our second company, we were looking at what actually predicts life outcomes in kids. And it turns out, once you control for a lot of the information about someone, it's not whether you went to Harvard, it's not the skills you have on your LinkedIn resume, it's none of those things that are kind of conceptually what we think of as education. It was other things. Some of them are very grounded, like working memory span, early numeracy and literacy. Others feel big and expansive, like construct strength of purpose, resilience. David earlier talked about metacognition, so all sorts of different metacognitive strategies, and then others, social skills, perspective taking. None of these get taught in school explicitly. It's all implicit. And so a lot of it is a function of, are you growing up in a household that has a lot of these? I mean, let's also be honest, some of this is going to have genetic predisposition, some of it's going to have epigenetic involvement. I can nerd out about that side of my life as well, but fundamentally these are experiential developmental phenomena rather than just facts on a list that you can memorize. And in a world in which we now all have a device in our pocket for $1 for 1 million tokens that will answer any question you have. Increasingly, even in areas of expertise, better than I can. And I'm the smartest person in the whole world. So isn't this a powerful technology? But it doesn't have, I mean, in a fundamental way, it doesn't have any of the qualities I just went through. So we built an education system that is preparing us for a world that may not exist anymore. which is our ability to answer those routine questions, however cognitively sophisticated they may be. And we're in a world where our value is much more what the panel just walked through. And some of what we've talked about through the entire, for me, evening, for you, morning. I can see it in David's face. It's definitely evening here in California. And that kind of fundamentals, a big shift. I know India has a big test-taking culture, even more so than the US. East Africa also has a big test-taking culture. You'll never beat this device at taking those tests. But what we are uniquely good at for the time being are these bigger, more complex issues and the underlying human factors involved in them. And so I'm very much agreeing that I think we need a big shift in education. I'll put it this way to bring it back to AI. If we truly want better AI in the world, invest in better people. That's where it's going to pay off.
Thank you so much. Gaurav, your quick thoughts.
Just adding to that, what Vivien just said, I think that the education system currently trains people to be very poor LLMs at this point, which is we're just answering machines, and we're getting worse relative to the latest LLM out there. So my own sense is that there are 4 types of things we need to learn. So social skills, just interacting with each other; spiritual skills, which is building resilience, purpose, and meaning; understanding the true source of that; the sales skills, storytelling, influencing; and finally software, not just coding, but understanding how software works and how technology works and the role it plays in our life. In terms of spiritual wellness itself, there is a saying in the Kathopanishad, which is Uttishta Jagrata Prapya Varanya Bodhat, which is arise, awake, and go to the learned ones and ask them for advice. I think you're going to be well served by looking at all the wisdom we've already received. Go to people that are wise. Go talk to them and understand from them their view of the world. They may not understand the latest technology, but they've probably heard a lot of stories about the world that's already come before us. So you're going to have to really double down on your non-engineering education, is what I'm saying. Go read the classics, go talk to the philosophers, go talk to the wise people, really build a better sense of what it means to live, building resilience, building purpose, finding your meaning. These are not things they teach you at engineering college. And these are things that are going to be extremely important, because everything else, computers will do better than you can.
Thank you. I swear I didn't plan this with Vivien and Gaurav as well as Aarti, but you're veering a lot towards a lot of what I believe in and practice. And so, given that there are, again, lots of young people here, and we have Shakti, who comes from the world of practicality, okay? He's in touch with the people who are doing the hiring, who are designing the algorithms based on which these young people will get hired. Do you think there is an appetite for the skills that are being discussed here on resilience, on compassion, on gratitude, on grit, that might have greater value than your ability to do calculus or read Dickens or literacy and numeracy in short?
So let me understand the question. Is the question about, are companies looking for people who can incorporate compassion and all the fine human qualities into their AI algorithms? If
no,
that
it's a little less simple than that. I mean, basic than that. Mm-hmm. If I don't have 98% marks in physics and chemistry and mathematics, mm-hmm. and in engineering drawing, but I have skills of resilience and compassion, would a company be willing to give me a job and think I'd be valuable to them? Because I have computer systems that can do the literacy and numeracy for you.
So I would say that the short answer is most likely no. Because the companies, why do companies exist? They're not NGOs. They're not like not-for-profit organization. They are there to make profit. And how do you make profit? You don't make profit based on compassion or, incorporating ethics into the systems. You make profit by building systems and making the companies more competitive. That is the thing. But there's one thing I want to mention here, regarding Gen AI and like these technologies. See, building a Gen AI large language model can be esoteric, right? You need to have a lot of knowledge and understanding of ML and of, there's architecture called transformer architecture, how it works. So you need PhDs and, data scientists to do that. But in order to use a Gen AI LLM application, which will be 99.999% of the cases, right? You don't even need a bachelor's degree. If I can get a person who knows Python like the back of his hand, right, I actually hire that person. I have a team of interns. I don't have a team of full-time employees, right? But these interns, they understand Python so well, then it becomes my job to teach them how like Gen AI works. If I can teach them that, then, and I'm able to build like 6 or 7 applications using Gen AI LLM in parallel, and at what cost? No cost, right? Almost zero cost. That is something where the world is moving towards. No code solution. You don't need to know too much programming. I'm not looking for computer scientists, especially for this role. I'm not saying that the computer scientists will not be in vogue, right? They will still be there to do other things. But for this AI specific things, no. Now, regarding ethics, we have like talked a lot about ethics, and here I'm sitting thinking that, there's one very principle that we teach to our kids, when we are in, I don't know, primary school or something, thou shalt not steal, right? If we implement that ethic in building LLMs, then LLMs would not exist. What about all the copyright violations that have happened, right? I can post an article on a site, and I give that site a copyright access, right? But I'm not giving the company building the LLM to use my article. I can get a summary of, the Count of Monte Cristo. I can say, okay, write a summary for me in 500 words. How is that even allowed? How is the LLM allowed to do that? So when we talk about ethics, we have to balance, ethics with innovation, right? Ethics that we used in moderation, they have to bring about a practicality. And this is what companies think. If you think that the companies are going to hire developers who will focus on compassion and ethics and all that, then those companies won't even exist. That's my point of view. I'm sorry. This is a straight point of view.
So I want David to have the last word here, because as the philosopher, he can bring back, probably help us build a bridge across these to see how we should be taking that. And we'll move after that to questions from the audience. Yeah. Over to you,
so the first
David.
thing I would say is actually the preliminary research suggests the opposite of what the previous speaker just said. The preliminary research coming out of IBM Research and Notre Dame University is that there's a positive return on investment for responsible AI practices. So I think there is actually hope that companies might have a financial reason to do responsible AI practices. I think that the key, especially when we're thinking about the next generation, is that most of the people that I work with in companies, if I ask them, what do you want to hire? Do you want to hire a superstar coder? Do you want to hire somebody who has a lot of life experiences? They almost all say, I want to hire someone who's curious. That's the single biggest thing that I hear from people. I'm a professor. I don't hire them myself. But they want people who are going to be able to adapt, because the world's going to change. Be a better Python programmer. And here I definitely agree with Shakti. I go, no, like there's no need to do that. You need to learn how to think about hard problems and turn vague, unclear problems into very precise things that can be solved with algorithms. But that's about being curious. That's about being willing to try different possibilities and to recognize the implications of what you're doing, which is, quite frankly, not what we usually teach people in data science or AI or engineering programs. We teach them how to solve problems that somebody else has stated, rather than figuring out how to state the problem themselves. So we're trying to change our education here in San Diego, but it's a long road.
Thank you so much, David, for providing that diplomatic bridge. and also providing some hope for the future. There were a couple of people who had come up in the break who had questions, and we have time for 2 questions from the audience. So with a request that it be kept short and crisp. So if you could come up to the microphone and introduce yourself and ask your question, you're most welcome. Meanwhile, panelists, think of a 30-second brief that you'd like to give to all of them before we end. Go ahead. Sure.
May I just go ahead? I wanted to ask Vivian, so initially you brought up that humans using technology, what's the difference from the moment they started, right? So yes, they're better at using it while they're, yes, they're better when they're using technology, but what's the difference from the moment they started? So does that research also point out the trade-offs? So the fact that now they're potentially have more mental space or capacity to explore other bigger problems as compared to more trivial things that are being solved by the technology. So is there some research or insights on that?
Well, they've frozen for me. There, perhaps we go. Okay. Sorry if I missed the very last of it, but I think I know what you were asking about. And this was actually going to be my 30-second close. There is this idea. I think Sam Altman, if he's visiting your company and trying to sell you a product, is saying, hey, imagine GPT is going to do all the boring work for you so that you can focus on the creative work. So I built a model. In this case, not a model of the brain, a classic economic model called a elasticity of substitution model. And we look at it in a complex way. We look at the different kinds of work that need to be done, from the more creative to the more boring, but separate from how complex it is. So you might have very routine but highly complex tasks, which modern AI is doing in many ways much better than we are. But then you might have very creative tasks, which at all levels of complexity can be genuinely challenging for, let's say, an LLM to do. And what we find is almost the exact opposite of what Sam wants to sell you. If you build AIs that handle all your emails for you, guess what? You get more emails. The demand for routine work increases if you make routine work more productive, but you don't make creative work more productive, which is the exact opposite of how this is being sold. There have been a number of papers that, to my mind, have effectively shown this over and over again. There's a great group doing work at Harvard, but others have shown this as well, showing that almost all the benefits of LLMs in worker productivity are on the inexperienced, lower skill level. Interestingly enough, and this is true regardless of whether we're talking about very low skill call center workers or very high skill BCG consultants. Across all of that skill level, it's always the lower skill, less experienced individuals that are benefiting. But there have been some papers, including one in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Science, that showed the exact opposite effect. In this case, it's a reinforcement learning model that helps scientists explore. In the particular case of this paper, it was exploring material sciences, but AlphaFold explores proteins, and there's a whole bunch of areas. Someone just built it for business ideas recently. What's interesting here is it shows the opposite pattern. The top 20% of scientists didn't just show the equivalent of writing more lines of code. Productivity for the entire company increased. The number of patents for the entire company increased. So you see these huge benefits accrued only in the elite performers. And interestingly enough, the 80% below them hated it. And the bottom third saw negative productivity. Again, this is the bottom third of scientists, not the janitors. So this presents a different sort of perspective. I really want to push, again, with my focus on the kind of practical, real world implications of responsible AI. that what we desperately need is AI that augments human creativity, not AI that does the boring stuff we don't want to do. We need AI that makes us better at going deep, not AI that takes away the shallow, because to be perfectly blunt, given the opportunity to stay shallow, most people will. And these tools should be explicitly supporting that. It's what my whole class is about at Berkeley, and it really is, again, back to this idea of how do we build better people. We're highly heterogeneous. People are very, very different. That's one thing that makes it wonderful, AI in this moment. You can do things you never could have done before on the level of understanding individuals. But core to that understanding is this technology needs to drive people deeper. If it does the busy work, you get more busy work, not less.
So here, I mean, like, I will share like my practical perspective as to what we do at Yatra. You know, we have a lot of corporate clients, and they frequently ask for flight options. Hey, I want to go to Dubai from Delhi. You know, what are my flight options? You know, when the email comes in, it takes 2 hours for a person to attend to it, and then do a search. Takes another half an hour. Probably takes another 15 minutes to compose that email, you know, and that email is not a superior quality. It could be like broken English, and I'm like, it doesn't look professional. So build a system, email comes in, we understand the intent using the LLM, we call the API as agentic API, right? And then the response goes out in like 5 minutes. Look very professional user experience. So what I'm trying to point out here is that the stage right now where AI is, Gen AI is, you can treat it as your assistant, right? It cannot be your master. It does not have its own way of critical thinking, you know, it cannot come up with scientific ideas for you. There's another article I was reading, and it said that a lot of graduates from top MBA schools in the US are finding it difficult to get a job in the investment banking industry. Why? Because all these compliance documents that they would earlier prepare, LLMs can do them, do very easily for that. Also, like the paralegal, you know, all like what paralegals do, you know, largely is also to prepare legal documents. But if there are LLMs to do all that, you know, with like all the legal mumbo jumbo, why do I need people? That is where I think the world is shifting towards.
So I'm sorry to jump in, but I'm afraid in the interest of time, we will have to move on to closing remarks. I'm afraid, can we take one more question? Okay. Absolutely, always a learner.
So this question is actually for Nandini, and through you to whoever you choose to put it to. And this is a follow-up of what was just asked. Why are we giving corporates so much importance? Why is taking a job or you know, the importance of corporates in employing people still so high? I mean, given that, you know, what I understand, one, we are talking about what is the current potential of AI, or what it seems to be doing right now. The other is with the extrapolation of what it's likely to do in the near future, which is be capable of becoming a company on its own. So why would the corporates actually think of employing more people is one. Two, why would they need people with the skills that the AI already has? What the AI doesn't have right now is the compassion and all that you spoke about. So I have the combination of these two things, you know, multiple things playing in my mind, sorry. So one is, why are we giving so much importance to, I mean, I know most people here are worried about jobs, and it's very natural, but I see a big change happening in the whole economics and sociology of the world because of how, you know, this thing is playing out and becoming bigger. So I think I've confused the question enough, and then you can.
Anybody from the panel would like to take a shot? Else I can take a shot. So I think what Nitin is trying to ask is, why are we giving corporates so much importance when they're trying to just employ people to use AI? why are we not giving more importance to things that matter in life, that is well-being? Okay. So then you frame the
yes,
question.
I'll try to re-articulate. One is that I believe that the way AI is growing, the agentic framework in particular, it's capable of becoming an organization in itself. And that's why I've been talking to some of the people here to start thinking of one-person unicorn companies, or move to that mode of not having to think of working for somebody or employing even 10 people. I mean, you could get everything done, learn that. That's the capability towards which we are moving. So why are we giving corporate so much importance? I mean, that's the one question I have. The other is, if the corporates, even in a short run, were to look at, who do I employ? I mean, they should be able to see that most of the skills per se is what AI would be able to bring in any case. So all you need is AI operators. And AI operators with an artistry, with the ability to interact with AI as a human being and get the maximum out of that.
So the short answer, to that is, so I'll give you a scenario. Let's say I'm going to train a large language model with compassion, ethics, and everything, right? It costs me $2 to $3 per hour per GPU hours, and I need hundreds of such GPUs, and I need to train it for a week, for a month. Where is that money going to come from? From the corporates, right? That is the thing. Corporate interest is research is always on the practical side. So when I was doing my PhD, my research was to understand how gases, nitrogen oxides, nitrous oxides, they are formed when you burn a single particle of coal. A thermal industry won't care about that single particle of coal. So the funding came from Department of Energy in the United States. Okay, so if you can find a source of funding to do this fundamental research, to do the research on ethics, that will be great. Until that time, you have to rely on what the corporates ask you to do.
Arti, would you like to respond to that?
My response to that would be, it's an observation that I've made in this discussion. There is trust towards AI, and then there's fear. So what's the middle path? Like when we talk about Indian philosophy and everything, we talk about a middle path. So the middle path is what was discussed earlier. Arise, awake, adapt, and be conscious. What I began with in the panel discussion. And that brings me to something which I think is just my own nature of being poetic. And in this light, AI must not be intelligent. It has to be wise. And for that wisdom to come, it has to come from a space of being compassionate. And for it to be compassionate, I strongly believe that years ago, Rabindranath Tagore said this, that the highest education is that which does not merely give us information, but makes our life in harmony with all existence. So be able to reach out to everyone and to be able to coexist and exist within ourselves as whole human beings, right from the time we start socializing till we are finding jobs or even becoming older, aging healthy, if I can say it like that. So that is where well-being comes in, to be able to use being well to exist at a very macro and micro level together. That would be my ending.
Okay, Rakesh ji.
There is a pressing question that the audience has which hasn't been answered. Only then we can take probably just a minute.
Should we allow the market forces to take control of what's really happening? What tends to happen is whenever new technology comes in, there's a lot of discussion around regulation, etc. There's so much fear around academia and everybody else, obviously, in the public as well. So would market forces actually decide who's producing the better model, who's producing a more responsible solution? So eventually, some market forces will take over and decide, okay, this guy's doing a good job, they become more successful, and therefore, those guys will eventually establish as leaders. So, regulation never really works, and we all know that.
So while it's always true that the one which has come up with a better product will always win the race, it's not the way government thinks is sometimes different, and particularly because of the cyber world being different, things actually tend to go differently. Everybody understands the potential of AI being good for maybe enhancement of your productivity and everything. But it is also true that AI can be used to create deepfakes. So on one side, there is a good use case, and whoever develops and whoever is able to enhance the productivity or is able to maybe develop the use cases for the enhancement of the society per se, there are always misuse potential. So government role therefore is, or a regulator's role therefore is, to see that while the good is being promoted, the bad is being maybe prevented, deterred, detected, and acted upon. So that's one. And as I said, I mean, the bad can be from anywhere across the world. And to you, I mean, you have to protect yourself. Second thing is, which I also wanted to maybe comment, is if AI becomes wise and compassionate, actually we will end up losing jobs. It is because of their maybe not being able to do the perfect job, that's where the engineers are required. To do as much as possible the perfect job, and to also maybe fill up the gap. And therefore the critical thinking that I was talking about is something which we must always be aware of. And the third point, which I also want to convey, I mean, maybe from a user perspective, that there are, I mean, AI is asking for more and more data, and they are devising means to collect more and more data. Of course, let them. I mean, it's a business that they are in. But please do not share your personal data, your photographs, your personal details. While using such systems, there had been a very recent case of AI Ghibli scenario. Millions and millions of people have shared their data. You don't know, I mean, what their terms and conditions are. So, because we never tend to read those policies, so either be aware, and if you are aware, maybe you will never, ever share such kind of personal data to anybody. I mean, yesterday I was trying to apply for a credit card, and the kind of information that they were asking and were saying that this is where it will be shared, and this is how it can be used. I actually stopped the application halfway through itself. So be aware of the terms and conditions, of the privacy policy, of the security policy, of whatever, before you start using them. And of course, that they are not perfect as of today. Use them sensibly. Thank you.
On a humorous note, maybe soon AI will start telling you which agreement you should sign and not sign before you when you buy a credit card. I'm going to let, since we did give a few minutes to Vivian, maybe let David and Gaurav share some last words with the group before they sign off. It's late in the day. Your 30 seconds
Sure.
starts now.
I mean,
Yeah.
So I'll end with a depressing comment, which is everything that we've been talking about today, magnify it by another 50 to 100% when we have agentic AI systems, which is what is currently coming and is kind of here. These are AI systems that you can tell it in natural language. To use an earlier example, find me a plane ticket at good times to go from Delhi to Goa, and go ahead and just buy it, and make sure to get me an aisle seat, and you can just in natural language tell it what you want, and we'll go and do all of those things. And the number of ethical issues that arise when you have AI systems actually changing the world and making decisions that no human is going to have any oversight on until far too late. Sort of take everything we've talked about today, and it's going to be even harder, even more challenging, but also even more important with the rise of agentic AIs. So,
Thank you.
Nandini, I'm going to talk about Peter Parker as his uncle Ben was dying. Uncle Ben said, "With great power comes great responsibility." With very powerful AI, you're going to have a great need for responsibility in managing it. The story of Bhasmasura, of course, is well known to people in India, but essentially a demon acquires tremendous power to turn anything he touches to ashes. And now the gods have to conspire to recursively have him touch his own head so then he can be turned into ashes. That's the problem with getting too much power all at one go. But that power, what I'm going to tell the students over here, don't look for answers to that power in the AI itself. You have to acquire the wisdom to wield this power carefully and safely. So you have to work on training yourself and becoming better, more spiritually relevant, and more wise human beings in order to make AI that works for us. AI is a great slave, but a terrible master. So that's all I'd say. Thank you. Thank you,
Creative.
and great panel. So really wonderful to meet everyone.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try and get the last word in. I think we've been, it's almost frightening to see how much we let our work and our professions define us. I think if there's one thing I've learned today is I want to go back to being human and trying to use AI to become the best version of myself, and maybe just leave it at that. Thank you very much, and thank you for being such a patient audience today. Thank you to the organizers for such a great conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was wonderful to listen to. I think philosophers, ethicists, spiritual leaders, technologists, legal scholars, and everybody who's representing such diverse worldviews. Of course, it was a fascinating conversation. I'm sure the students had a lot of questions, but unfortunately, we're running short of time. The only comment I also, something that I observed during the session, that with the way countries not able to control even wars today, we are talking about frameworks, and I'm wondering how we will ensure a cross-border compliance and regulations and laws and procedures in something like artificial intelligence, which is increasingly transcending across borders. So I'm sure this group of people will find a way to address this in the future. Thank you so much. I'm going to request the DTU alumni team to give a token of thanks to our guests here. And before that, Vivian, David, and Gaurav, I know it's really late, in the evening for you, and you have stayed up for this beautiful platform. Thank you so much. Can't thank you enough. Of course, we'll get in touch immediately after, but thank you so much for being there, for waiting for us patiently as we were late and now. So if you'd like, we can log off. Is there a way to take a group photograph with the international panelists? No, no, okay. Okay, then you can log off and we can give a token of thanks to the people present here and take a photograph with them. Thank you.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Lovely
Thank you very
meeting you all.
much. Good
Bye-bye.
night.
Take care.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, so is it okay? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Professor Ramanand, Professor Ajit, can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Yes.
Lovely. Good to see you too. We just start in about a minute.
Can you tell me how to get the background?
So Tanya is going to share with you.
Uh,
Yeah, within 5 minutes you will receive through your mail.
yeah,
In the interest of time, I think we'll start and let Ankur log in when he does. Is that okay, team? Yeah. So I hope you can hear me, the online panelists. Thank you. So I'm going to say the same thing again that I said in the morning. What if the future wasn't something that we built, but something that actually built us? We've all watched the Black Mirror and Ex Machines and the recent movie Control. Science fiction is no longer fiction, it's knocking on our policy door. Today we ask a different episode, one where humanity stays in charge. In 2011, actually, coming back to an Indian context, we saw this movie called Ravan, where we built a game villain which was so powerful that he stepped out of the screen. What we thought was just a code became a force we couldn't control. Ravan wasn't just a superhero movie, it was a warning to all of us. If we create intelligent systems without rules, we may end up fighting the very tools we built. And unlike movies, real-world AI doesn't need to break through a screen. It's already here, embedded in our policies, our platforms, our daily lives. The question is, are we governing it, or is it already governing us? So we'll now transition into our second most important session of the day, a critical and a forward-looking dialogue, which is on AI's impact and societal governance model. This panel examines the unprecedented scale, speed, and multifaceted impact of AI advancement while evaluating how prepared society is for widespread AI integration. We are honored to be joined by a very diverse and insightful group of panelists, each bringing deep experience across public policy, education, corporate, economics, politics, technology, and governance. Let me start with welcoming Ms. Nandini Singh. Nandini is the Executive Director of IBM India and South Asia, leading the public sector practice. With a distinguished career at the forefront of digital transformation in government and public services, she brings a strategic lens to how emerging technologies like AI can drive inclusive growth, better governance, and citizen-centric innovation. Her leadership reflects a powerful blend of technology, expertise, and public purpose. Mr. Anil Antony, who is the National Secretary and National Spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and a prominent voice at the intersection of technology, policy, and national governance. With a background in engineering and public affairs, he brings a unique perspective on how emerging technologies like AI must be shaped by democratic values and strategic foresight. His experience in both the private sector and public policy enables him to bridge innovation and governance in ways that serve the public interest. Dr. Ramanand is the Director, Center for Policy Research and Governance, CPRG. He's a scholar practitioner at the forefront of AI governance. Dr. Ramanand holds a PhD in public policy focused on AI and society. He works on designing governance frameworks for emerging technologies and navigating societal impacts of disruption in public institutions. Professor Ajit Sinha is a renowned historian of economic thought. A former director for the Asian Development Research Institute, Professor Sinha brings a rare historical economic lens to AI discourse. His work analyzes the long-term impact of technologies like AI that displace labor and restructure markets. Mr. Sharad Arora is a steering committee member at AI for Good Geneva. He's an education and inclusion specialist. With a focus on AI for educational equity, Mr. Arora empowers remote learning system ecosystems through AI and ICT. He brings global insights into responsible deployment and governance of EdTech solutions. Ankur, who's not here right now, but will be joining us shortly, Dr. Ankur Narang is a global AI innovator, former IBM scientist. He's a current tech leader at Apparel Group with 45 patents and a legacy of innovation and high performance. Dr. Narang brings an industry-focused perspective on legal readiness, explainability, and responsible AI implementation. Nitin Dhawan, an alumni of this prestigious institute, also the co-founder of A4G Impact Collaborative, AI for Good, and the Wong Movement for Youth. With a background in social innovation, youth empowerment, and policy engagement, Nitin has built global platforms that connect students, technologists, and policymakers around sustainability and ethical AI. As a passionate advocate for using technology to drive change, he envisions AI not just as a tool, but as a responsibility. So we now invite our moderator, Nitin, and our esteemed panelists to begin this very interesting session. Over to you, Nitin.
Thank you, Jyotika. Yeah. So I must add to the introduction a little bit for what my adjacent people told me. So Nandini was also responsible for bringing in the university management system.
No, I did not succeed, though.
Oh, okay. She tried to bring in the university management system into NTU with Dr.
That was long
P.V.
time
Sharma.
back, 20 years back.
Yeah, and Anil here, he's a graduate of Stanford. He's also the National Secretary of BJP and its spokesperson. And he's also been a VC with Intel Capital. So lots to share there. Yeah. Okay. So I'll just continue from. How this panel dovetails into the discussion that happened this morning. This morning was about, the overall theme is about integrating human ethics and values into AI, the need and the mechanism to do that. What we discussed in the morning is what human ethics and values actually mean. If we have to even look at it, what does it really mean? Is there a North Star? And I think that's what we learned, that there is a North Star somewhere. And I think the synthesis is going to come from subsequent work that we do in putting together a compendium. So that'll happen. By the way, that's Nandini.
I would like to meet
you. After the compendium is done, I think that would give that understanding of the North Star that we are talking about. And the next logical step, which we already thought of discussing. Please down, okay. Okay, yeah, so the next thing that we wanted to discuss is the need for it. Is there an urgency? You know, what's the need? Why are we even discussing this? So there is a feeling, there is a general feeling, there's a general understanding that disruptions are happening. What scale, what pace, we don't actually know. What will be the impact of that, we don't really know. And I think this eminent panel should be able to throw some light on that, on recognizing the urgency, the expanse of the impact that AI is trying to bring about. Perhaps also learning somewhat from the past of what similar changes, transformations, disruptions brought about. Then we also go on to seeing how ready our society is if we were to bring about some changes. And by society, we mean both the polity as well as the population. So I think that's the exploration we are going to do. There is some echo happening. I don't know why. Should I take it away? No, still? Okay. So let me jump right in. There are three different sections that we're going to be discussing here. Maybe you need a different, you want to give me a different one, or should I keep it away? Hello, अभी ठीक है? किसी और का चल रहा है माइक कहीं पे? Okay, we are going to be discussing exploring three areas today, and we try to do it in depth and then follow it up with questions so that we are able to get some good wisdom out of this discussion. The first one is about, as I said, the velocity and the magnitude of AI's impact. Professor Sinha, I have the first question for you. Okay. I can start with are you ready, Professor Sinha? Am I audible?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. So with the background that you have in labor economics as well as economic history, the first question I have is for you, which is, how do you compare this change that AI is bringing about to the global economics compared to some of the prior disruptions or changes that may have happened? I mean, you could talk about comparison with the Industrial Revolution or the Internet Revolution or anything else.
Yeah, thanks for your question. You see, I'm not an economic historian, nor a labor economist. I am basically a historian of economic thought. And so, yes, I can relate to your question. You see, basically, from economics point of view, I look at it from a theoretical perspective. And from theoretical perspective, where we're going and where the policies would be chasing this sort of a changes. So if you look at economic theory in general, starting from Adam Smith, you find that there was this idea in Adam Smith, and it was followed by Ricardo and others in classical era,
and then again by the Austrians, and it has never left economics in a way. And the idea was this, that you take a production process and you can go back and back and back in time, and you can reduce all the means of production to labor alone. Okay, and that was the basis of what is later people call labor theory of value. But so you, if all the means of production, which is your capital, like factory, this, that, and raw materials, etc., they all can be reduced in the final analysis of a production system, can be reduced to labor alone. Now, this idea again, when the neoclassical economics happened, came into being in the 1870s, they had this problem of, developing a marginal productivity theory of capital, because they had to come up with some explanation for the foundation for rate of profit. And they also tried to do that because measuring capital was the big problem. That's called capital theory problem. So they also tried to go back and try to measure capital in terms of time. And so what happens that, so if you go into either classical or neoclassical modern economics, etc., labor is something which is most fundamental to production, and labor and nature. In between, you can remove that. So when you are in that situation, then what happens is that now I don't have that much of time to go into the details of both the theories, but both the theories, one way or the other, assume that full employment of labor will be reached. The classical economics, of course, has a theory of population and theory of growth, and they are interlinked, and through that they work out with subsistence wage theory, etc. So they have a more sophisticated, actually, a theory of employment, whereas the neoclassical economics, of course, had to break the theory of population out of economics because situation had changed. And so but they also work with this idea of labor supply, labor demand, and where the curves cut each other, that is the, by definition, full employment of labor. So willy-nilly, both classical and neoclassical, which is your modern economics, believes that market mechanism, if you leave it to itself, will bring about a full employment of labor. So if you don't have full employment, then some amount of structural change going on, and it's just a matter of time, system will adjust to full employment. So unemployment is not a big problem. If you look at Keynesian economics basically starts off with this problem of that there is unemployment, and then it tries to solve that problem by saying that, look, if you have unemployment could be caused by lack of effective demand, and that is simply because your savings is a function of income, whereas investment is a function of marginal productivity of capital and all those things, and they are not always aligning as in the classical theory. So you can get into unemployment situation, and so government has to play a role in those situations to bring the economy back to full employment through fiscal and monetary policy. So as you can see, all the major economic theories don't allow for unemployment as such. But what is looming on the horizon, and all our concerns these days, are technological unemployment created by AI and all these robotization, etc., etc. So what happens is that if you are governed by your old theoretical paradigm, then how would you look at it? You will look at it from the point of view of your theory, and then you will say, well, either if you are a neoclassical type, you will say, well, there's some structural adjustment is going on. employment is being created in AI industry and related industries, and employment is being lost in some other spaces. And so what you need to do is to retrain your workers in such a way that there's a smooth transition. You try to help and make a smooth transition from one sector to another sector, and that's the policy should be like that. If you are a Keynesian type, then you will see it as, oh, unemployment is happening. Then you'll say, well, you should have expansionary fiscal and monetary policies and try to get to your full employment situation. If you are a practically oriented, politician or economist, you will have a policy of beggar thy neighbor. That what you do is like try to attract capital from all over the world to your country, and then that creates more employment in your country. It doesn't matter what happens to anybody else. I mean, Trump is trying to do that. India is trying to do that at the cost of China, etc. So this is in the play. Now, here what you're trying to do, but when you do that, then you have to understand one thing, that a sovereign state's position becomes weaker vis-a-vis international capital, because international capital will dominate its terms under which it will come. So you will have to give tax rebate, this, that, etc., etc. Okay. So these are the basic policy framework in which people think who are thinking in the old way of thinking, the old economics paradigm. Okay. But there was an economist called Piero Sraffa who Keynes had brought from Italy to Cambridge. And he was working within the classical tradition, but he had discovered something very, very interesting. And that's the economist I work on. I've been working on him for about 20 years or more than that. He showed that, you see, in all these earlier economics, when you can reduce the middle capital to labor in one way or the other, when the rate of wages go to zero, rate of profit must become infinite. System will break down. So it will break down in classical system, it will break down in neoclassical system, it will break down in Marx's system also, because in Marx what will happen is rate of exploitation will become infinite. But he said that if he showed it, that if the industries are interconnected, that means that coal industry needs iron industry needs coal industry, and things like that, then what happens is that when you go back and back and back in time in any production process, you can never get to pure labor and nature situation, which Adam Smith was thinking you can. So what he said, that there always will be a commodity residue. So when you have that, then you have a very, very big theoretical, momentous theoretical development. Now what you have is that when wages go to zero, rate of profit becomes a finite maximum. And in Sraffian system, what you can show is that you can have labor going to zero. So labor input going to zero, and still the system will have positive prices and positive rate of profit. So that means that capitalism can exist without labor, which is what nobody had thought of. And Marx completely never thought of it, that's possible, because the whole system rested on exploitation of labor. Surplus value was exploitation of labor. But here you have a possibility. Okay, that's my argument. It's not, Sraffa was not making that argument, but you can see that from his equations. So, and when I look at, if you look at a long history since industrialization, you will find that at least in the advanced capitalist countries, in terms of per capita, labor employment is going down. Like, earlier people used to work 16 hours, then this, that, etc. Now people work 40 hours a week. and soon there will be demand for 32 hours a week, etc., etc. So what you are having is that slowly there is a movement due to technical change, this sort of technological unemployment. Now, due to this particular AI, etc., this process could become much faster. So technological unemployment slowly will start to press on the system.
So, yeah.
And so yeah.
Yeah, this
So
actually makes
just
a lot of sense.
1 minute
to
and then
move to other
let
panelists
me
also. Yeah.
Yeah, let me complete this one and then we can go to other point. So what will happen is that now your system will have pressure on unemployment pressure, and if you're trying your old methods, you're never going to get the solution. So what you have to do is to think completely new, that what kind of new institutions we have to develop. And I see that politicians have got a sense of it, develop, so that when you move towards almost zero labor situation, still the society can survive and thrive and things of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. I think you explained this in depth and so beautifully connected with various economic theories and how none of the past theories except this Mr. Schroff, you said?
Piero Sraffa, yeah.
Piero Sraffa,
Sraffa,
I mean,
an Italian.
His theory might fit into what is happening now, and you've put the whole, what we are seeing and sensing into a science, for all of us. So if I may, try to paraphrase it, this is a disruption like never before. This has not happened during Industrial Revolution. This did not happen during the Internet Revolution, nowhere before. So some of the older paradigms, neoclassical theory, all of that did apply, may have applied, but this one is very different. We're going towards a model of zero labor and maximum profits, and yet we have to find a way to survive in that. Would that be somewhere close to what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, and this is news for all of you guys. I mean, this is what I've been trying to say to all the DTU students here. This is a disruption like never before. Thank you, Professor. Okay, my next question is about trying to understand which sectors and communities seem to be more vulnerable to the disruptions caused by AI, and this one is particularly to Dr. Sharad.
Thank you, Mr. Dhawan, and thank you, Professor, for such a good opening to this seminar. Which sectors, which communities? Before that, if you permit, can I express a few things about what I think this whole very large disruption is all about? I come from telecoms and IT. I have spent almost 35 years as a telecom, security, and IoT expert. I have written standards, and frankly, never seen anything like what is happening right now. I have lived through the computing age when we were in 2000 starting to live off computers, the computing time. Then I launched Escotel, Tata Teleservices, and saw the rapid uptake of life-enriching services through telecoms, through mobile. Mobility came in. So we disrupted computing. We've seen disruption of mobility, which is communication. What we are seeing right now is the disruption of thinking and how machines are invariably replacing the process of thinking. That aspect, that disruption when machines substitute thought is what we are experiencing right now. And at the start, and perhaps at the end of this conference too, what can happen when the thought and subsequent to the thought, the experience gets substituted by non-human resources is what is going to lead us to consider and worry about the balancing aspects, the governance as we call it, which is necessary. So in terms of that next step, again, at this time I'm innovating the education space, specifically the remote education space, the underserved education space, and what seems to be, and that will connect up to the sectors and the communities question that you asked too. But a word on that. Essentially, when I investigated what should be the training material for teachers who are primary school teachers, middle school teachers, senior school teachers, and professors of universities too, the whole idea was without the AI and ICT knowledge, teachers actually don't occupy the same place as they did in the classroom. They are no longer the wisdom point. If a teacher is standing up to teach a subject and the student knows that it has far better options outside of the classroom to get knowledge on the same subject, it basically changes the equation for the classroom, whichever classroom it is. So the process of learning that was institutionalized in universities, schools, colleges is transforming itself in that fashion. What would schools look like, what would universities look like 5 years down the line is really something that for me is hard to tell. But they will have to struggle to retain the position that they have in the value chain today. 5 years later, that will be disrupted in a very big manner. So, coming to connect with the point, sectors and communities, the sectors that are likely to be impacted most, actually it's very hard to isolate any one sector that will not be impacted. AI is rappelling at a speed that it boggles the mind every day in terms of how its applications, its speed, the data-driven decision-making, the automation, the coding, the development of systems, it's affecting the industry, the society, the governance, standardization at ITU. And I think the communities that are clearly the greatest at risk are those that are already underserved. So will AI play a role to minimize the digital divide? Will it bring equality? Will it get more prosperity into underserved areas, into underserved communities? It's hard to say right now unless there is a governance mechanism that comes into play very quickly. It's very hard to say that there will be an equality in how the benefits of AI will proliferate. And I think this is one of the reasons which brought me to this conference. This is the part which we must understand. And presently, on removing those biases, having the sandboxes, and focusing on the underserved, I don't think that is the agenda at this point in time in any of the major AI initiatives. It should be, but is not. And only thing I would like to say, and now the other panelists who are waiting to have their word, but the thing I would like to say is that unless that is made center stage now, you could be in the same league of the problem as we have with climate change right now, where forests and rivers are burning, and we are asking the question, should we do something about it?
100%, sir. I think you pointed a couple of things here that no one is paying attention to this right now. But I believe that initiatives like this are going to force the governments of the world, to start looking at that. So it's absolutely, very, very important. That's actually one of the key focus areas that we have is for AI for good. Exactly what you spoke about. How do you not allow the vulnerable to become completely marginalized, in this change? So totally concur with you on that. I did have another comment. I just completely forgot. I want to keep this open to anybody else to comment on, if they have any views on sectors and communities that to you appear to be most vulnerable to AI disruptions? Dr. Sharat said it's everyone. I can't think of anyone who's not going to be, but the vulnerable are going to become, possibly even more marginalized. Any comments, anybody?
Yeah. So, yeah, I agree with you, Nitin, here. The marginalized will be more marginalized if they do not come up. For example, in healthcare, doctors will have AI supporting them in diagnosis, drugs, whatever, patient monitoring and all. But what happens to the ASHA workers? What happens to the last mile connectivity of our village where the person goes and visits that house? I mean, so that is where the AI is required to go there. We all can actually, as an IT person, it's very easy for me to say, but we should as an industry or the companies like IBM should provide to the last mile. We have mobile, right? We can do that. So, so teachers, he talked about. Teachers would be, if we see them as, we see teachers as just information dissemination, yes, they will be replaced. But if we have to build a teacher as you going to the Gurukul era, friend, philosopher and guide, there are 40 students in his or her class. AI has to do that, taking his and her and him. So here, I'm not AI, so teacher has to be how should she address 40 people, 40 students, intelligent IQ only, level of intelligence, knowledge, what do they grasp? I can go on internet, but will I be able to understand and comprehend whatever is written? And then there will be emotional needs. So all these things have to be taken care of while formulating now going forward in the education system. We won't replace teachers, I don't think so. But yes, teachers have to change and probably go back to again what we were. So that's a little bit there. Your last mile connectivity is the most important. Your rural health people, your small farmers, the ones who they also want the predictive analytics on their farming, on their soil structure, on a lot of things. So all these things, data entry people, IT, right? We need them, but not what happens. We don't need them anymore. So for example, I'm in sales. I look after P&L for government healthcare and education for IBM. I used to be heavily dependent on my PPT makers. Now what I do is I just put in and my PPT is ready, just like Nitin did. He made my face better, but he has, I think, done away with his people who were helping him out to make all this. So we have to, the jobs will change, sir. Jobs may go, but jobs will go, but you have to change your careers. Career will remain. So it may be a different career.
I just have one thought from, to just switch off I have just one thought from what you said. The data entry operators, are out. The thought that occurred to me today is, it's the LLM operators, who are going to actually replace everybody. It doesn't require a lot because, I've been using LLM and I know all I've been doing is just talking to it and it's just doing things. Yes. And if you can learn how to talk to it, that's all you need. I don't know what kind of skills and intelligence, people will be required to hone in a way. Okay, so I'm just going to move to the next one. This is...
May I just make one point, if you don't mind? I think that point of the last mile connectivity actually connected this last 1 minute thought to the very important things that you can do for the underserved. With the 270,000 panchayats connected to the Bharat broadband, I think efforts that will lead to, for instance, the footprint, the chipsets that are required to run an AI agent are very small. So at 5,000 rupees, you can have a fully functional device. If you can convert that sort of priority and focus to delivering to the marginal farmer the crop, the seed, the advisory, to the remote primary health center, the diagnostic tools, and perhaps to ASHA workers, the training that she needs. There's a huge gap of 1.5 million Anganwadi workers. They are to be trained some 24 days a month, a year, and I don't think we can even achieve 10% of that. But with that last mile connectivity and education being delivered, education, health, agriculture, animal husbandry, those can be impacted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is an echo. There's another mic which is on somewhere. Okay. my next question is, starting with directly to Anilji, and especially because I think you're in the digital policy space and worked internationally, and having studied in the US. So how would you possibly, and the fact that you are in politics, to look at and explore the global power dynamics that will be impacted because of AI, in your view?
Thank you for having me over in this very stimulating discussion. And so now, most of the people here are young students of Delhi Technical University also, and this is the age of technology where rapid technology transformations are happening. I remember the time when I was in my college days, those were the days when social networks were just becoming a reality, like Facebook. Suddenly everybody started using Facebook. Then a few years later, that is when WhatsApp became a reality. And then all these aggregators started becoming a reality just 4 or 5 years back. But now we are all speaking about AI and its causes and impact. And something which we all agree in common is whether it is, positive, negative, it is impacting every sector. Now you look at any sector, AI is a reality, like finally, and I'm somebody who personally thinks that despite positives and negatives, the final impact of technology has always been positive. And now any area you go, whether healthcare, education, whether it is defense, security, wherever it is, even agriculture, AI is a reality and it is impacting it. But personally, I do think that it is in a positive manner, where we haven't reached a stage where suddenly we are having massive job losses or employment losses, etc. We are increasing productivity and efficiency, and each sector is getting better in its own way. Now generative AI has come, and again what it is doing is it is giving us content, where initially now we can create our own content, whether it is literature, whether it is photos, whether it is videos, whatever it is, even layouts, we can create it even if we don't know much technology, by just giving prompts. Now you look at the global trends, one of the basic, let's say, engine of AI is data. Finally, in AI, what we do, it is a program, it is an algorithm that goes through massive amount of data, whatever it is, and it can give us insights. So far, before Gen AI and before some of these latest applications, in any sector, AI was used to give good quality insights. So whatever industry we are in, we could take all that information and the algorithms could process it in a manner much faster than what people could do. And it could give unbiased and good quality insights. And that is what we used to integrate in every sector, whether it was all the sectors I mentioned, from healthcare to agriculture to education to learning to defense to security, wherever it is. Insights are used to make processes better. That's what we have been doing for a while. And now things have become a little more advanced. But in the global level, something that is happening is right now in the age of technology, you look at the 8 biggest firms in the world, 8 of them are tech firms. But in the 10, 5 are firms that are based in the US, again mainly in the Silicon Valley. You have Facebooks and Amazons and Microsoft and Google, etc. And the other 3 are actually Chinese firms. So 8 of the 10 largest firms are tech firms, and in that 8, all of them are either US or Chinese firms. And that is because finally, like you are seeing a scenario where 2 countries are actually racing ahead of everyone else. And again, that is because of the strength of systems they have created, and also how they can use and harvest data. Like for example, like all the big 5 firms in the Silicon Valley, they are all global firms. Google themselves have a market of, like they have a user base of over 2 billion. Like India itself got around 600 million users who are using Google. Same for Facebook also, same for everyone else. So almost 2 billion people's data they have in one format or the other, which their algorithms are training. And they can create better and better products. And that is a reality. Now you look at China also, because of certain inherent conditions in that country. it has figured out a manner to harvest 1.4 billion people's data. So all those data sets are used in a very effective manner to create very good solutions, which are positive and some are negative also. But generally, high quality algorithms are being created. Now you look at even any other country, like for example, European Union. They are focusing a lot on regulations, but not really on innovations or creating solutions. Now you look at India also, we are moving forward. But when compared to these big two countries, the capacity of us to, one, create quality data sets, we are still a little behind. But we are also innovating. For example, now we are also trying to create large quality white label data sets. And now we have created the DPI ecosystem with Aadhaar and JAM, and we are creating layer after layer. And then we are also trying to create large data sets so that our algorithms can learn. Similarly, we are a fairly diverse country, and now we are creating local languages data sets, where those local languages data sets also using tools including Bhashani. We are trying to create localized content which can be used by people. But again, you look at the global power dynamics right now, it is the big two of the US and China because of inherent systems they have. And everyone else are playing catch up. That is a reality right now. And different countries, depending on the kind of policies they make, it will depend, that will decide what direction they will go. Like for example, if instead of focusing on innovation and instead of creating quality algorithms and solutions, if you are actually thinking of the negative aspects and what all bad things it can create, and if your guardrails are mainly focusing on that, and if it is mainly focusing on regulations than innovation, you with time will be falling further and further behind. But then if you are actually focusing on innovation and creating good quality data sets and good quality algorithms and quality solutions for our people, then we also can race ahead. So that is the inflection point where we are at. But Indian government and our policy makers are very practical that way. We understand the, let's say, importance and etc. of data security, privacy, etc. But we are also focusing on creating good quality data sets, large data sets, and also algorithms. We are also allotting around 18,000 GPU of memory also like for high speed computing. And we are also trying to create our own Gen AI systems, AI systems, so that quality solutions can be given to the people. So this is where we are at. And over a period of time, again, the last few years, we had used our, we had created a lot of high quality digital public infrastructure. UPI is just one example, where now everybody uses UPI. Like when it was initially launched, there were a lot of people who were very skeptical, telling that, is it possible for, you know, a country where this is the demographics, how can they use digital payment, etc. But now each day, what has happened is after the integration of technology, now we have more digital payments each day in India than US and China combined. So we were able to create large public infrastructure, including UPI. CoWIN was another example. You know, ONDC is another example. And each of it also, even though they are technical solutions, each of this actually has AI competence also. AI is integrated in these also, because here and all there are large data sets and there are algorithms working on solutions. So these are all AI applications. Like we won't say it is an AI application, but the fact is there are algorithms that are working on this. Similarly, in future also, we will be working on solutions where we will use our demographic advantage, our large data sets, our algorithms to create quality solutions for our people. And here you look at the global power dynamics, it is right now the big two versus, like they are far ahead of everybody else. But we do think that India will also be one of those global drivers. Right now we are the fastest growing digital economy and the fastest growing startup ecosystem also. And sooner than later we will have a very robust AI ecosystem in India also.
It's so heartening to see someone like you in politics, someone who carries so much depth, such understanding. I think this in itself for me augurs well for how India is going to be able to grow. So I mean I didn't know this kind of a background that you have, Anilji, and so glad that you shared this. I'd like to take this to Dr. Ramanand. So your own views on the same global power dynamics, since you are at the helm of policy making, and I'm sure you will be considering, and studying how this is reshaping or getting reshaped because of AI.
Thank you, Nitinji, for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I think whatever we are seeing and what happened to AI summit, some of were the part of AI Action Summit, and we have seen how global leaders, either tech companies, are divided on the future of AI, how they want to take it forward, because we could not come on some common declaration in AI Summit, and that itself is one of the indication about the kind of expression of the global tech companies and global leaders on the issue of AI. And we have, I just want to say, in AI Summit, we have organized one sideline event, AI for the development, data for global South. And I have given this idea. Presently, we are not divided in only, you can say, global North and global South. We are basically divided in two kind of communities. One communities which are basically more equipped with the digital infrastructure. That is a part of global North, and one society or community which have less equipped or not equipped adequately with the digital infrastructure. That is a global South. So even in India, there could be a global North and could be a North and South at one time. The ambition of global tech companies, the kind of a commercial ambition, undoubtedly we need to check on it, and that will further, kind of divide world on this issue. And the kind of, I will say, as I think, I think you have mentioned about the stance of European Union on the privacy issue, and that is the one of the major reason why we could not come on the, we could not reach on any common ground on the privacy issue. That is not, I think, a very good sign when India is going to host the second AI summit. It will be interesting for not only India but other other global South countries to reach on some certain, I will say, some common ground, and that is a very important aspect from my side. Someone has talked about which sector is going to impact, and globally, I will say whatever we can imagine, whatever we can think, every sector is going to impact on the impact by this AI thing. In Mumbai, we have developed one center. We say it's a Future of Society Lab, which basically tracking the all kind of development in global South, about across the world, and we are just trying to understand how it is going to shape future of the society, whether it is in the field of education, entertainment, you will say medical, hospitality. How AI is going to shape India's, not only India but global engagement and discussion with the society. One thing, if when I have introduced this idea, AI Action Summit in Paris, my basic assumption was that it is India who is more concerned about the AI, because as a society we have that kind of digital divide and all kind of socio-economic divide. So we were very concerned what is going to happen in the future. But with the discussion with the other part of the world, even European countries and some South Asian and Latin American countries also, what we have realized, it's not concern about only in India, it is global concern, and they are equally, skeptical about the expansion of AI in every part of our, life world. The major concern, which I will say, it's about the homogeneity. AI is bringing homogeneity. Well, it's kind of shaping our thinking process. Usually, if I will say, make usually example जो लगातार देता हूँ वो ये है कि if we will become totally dependent on the AI about our on the some creative thing, जैसे कि इवन अगर आपने देखा होगा कि हमारे एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री में singers and composers are now are more relying on the AI tools. Even जो composers हैं वो भी AI के थ्रू ट्यून आजकल कंपोज कर रहे हैं. Even lyricists, they are taking the help of the AI. And it will happen अगर ज़्यादा होगा and industry will rely more and more on AI, it will create homogeneity. हमारा जो thinking process होगा वो एक जैसा होगा. It will be kind of a linear thing. And as a society and as a community, जो हमारी specialty है, that is not a linear thing. हमारा जो एक specialty है वो है कि diversity, how we produce diverse kind of ideas, and that lead to kind of innovation and other thing. So मुझे लगता है कि जिस चीज पर आई थिंक फ्रॉम द ग्लोबल पर्सपेक्टिव हमें जो काम करना है वो दैट इज द कि हम कैसे अपने डाइवर्स आइडियाज को कंजर्व करें और उनको प्रमोट करें. इन ग्लोबल सिनेरियो एक जो सबसे बड़ा एक फियर है एंड दैट इज अ वेरी इनहेरेंट फियर, whether tech companies going to shape in a singular mode or homogeneous thinking, or they are trying to manipulate our mind, and that is the one of the things जिस पर मुझे बात करनी है और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत ही important है as a society and as a part of global AI community. We need to think on this issue. कहीं ऐसा ना हो जाए कि जो मैंने दो इशू बताया कि दो टाइप के ही लोग हो जाएं, people who have control all kind of a data, all kind of technology, and people who are controlled by technology. So that is the one thing which जिसको लेकर के मेरा थोड़ा सा कुछ concern है, and we can discuss later more detail manner.
So wonderful to learn, and I think every word that I'm hearing completely resonates with also what we have been understanding about what's happening. I'd now like to explore another topic here, which is not how I sequenced it, but naturally this is emerging. Given all these, I think what's established is that these changes are huge, and it's even difficult to fathom the depth of the impact all this is going to have. I'd like us to all delve a little bit into how it should actually be governed. I mean, what could be the different layers? Is it at an individual level? Is it at a society level? Is it at a government level? Is there a self-regulation? How can this entire thing be looked at? I'd like to, invite Dr. Ankur to, start sharing some of his views on that, and then anybody else can start pitching in.
Yeah, hi everyone. So I think the governance part is an interesting aspect that people have been thinking very seriously for quite some time. This just post all the LLM kind of focus that happened with the ChatGPT release and so forth worldwide. This thing has become fairly critical because people are realizing the need of the hour. So overall, if you see what the governance aspect also drives from what all risks we have, right? So essentially across the various, at the core, you have these LLMs that are making the decision, orchestrating flows, and in every use case across every industry vertical, they are essentially impacting some part to the organization, that impacting in some way to the user, they're impacting in some way to the whole ecosystem, right? Whether these are kind of tactical use cases, strategic use cases, across each vertical, it's different. So essentially, in order to look at governance, one has to essentially look at uh, whether and how, what are the various ways to make it a responsible system, an accountable system, a trustworthy system, uh, and away from biasness, right? Pretty much be fair, pretty much be safe, and so forth. So all these key attributes are key tenets in AI governance, and there are various ways in which this governance
I'll just
essentially
come in
can
a little
be
bit, Dr. Ankur.
established, implemented, and so forth. And one would really like to go deep into each of these from a technical standpoint, so that these are actually inbuilt into the AI systems that we build, right? That we call safe intelligence or safe superintelligence and so forth. And then also at the policy level, at the implementation level, and at the process that we follow across different frameworks, we need to ensure that these practices are inbuilt into the governance system.
May I just
So that would, I would say, at a higher level.
may I just nudge this in a more focused direction? Should this be self-regulated, what maybe a ChatGPT itself is doing? Should it be like a legislation, that comes from the government? Or should this be a result of some sort of an international coordination, something that gets done at a UN or World Economic Forum or EU or some such level, then it becomes a legislation for everybody else, so something on those lines.
Yeah. So I think it's given the scale of things, definitely it has to be an international effort where the practices, the frameworks need to be established. And that's where it would cover the wide scale of things and be more applicable and generically applicable to all different types of domains, use cases, and so forth. Self-regulation is essentially has to be an integral part of the way these AI systems are built, right? And then the legal frameworks really need to be enhanced, or I would say even disrupted in that sense, or rebuilt to handle all kinds of new cases that we are saying on who is responsible and what kind of actions need to be taken and so forth. So all these three aspects are fairly critical to ensure that the AI governance can really be put in place in an effective way, because the kind of damage that can be done from this AI system has become fairly potent, fairly deep, and fairly extensive. Hence, it has to be a amalgamation of all these three levels that you identified, Nitin, that will make the AI governance really effective.
Thank you so much. I'd invite anybody else who'd like to weigh in on this.
Yeah, may I?
Yes, please.
I'll also take your permission to go a little back to Anil's comments, because they were so insightful and so delightful in a way. So our demographics, our large startup base, which is growing rapidly, and then our financial inclusion, I think those are three joining points that we as a country could definitely take into realm of our own. We still continue to remain the economy, as Anil said, that's growing the fastest. So there is some native intelligence that is built into our way of working that we should harness more and more of, and see how AI sitting on top of that engine of growth can become a differentiating model for the country. I think that part is really, really very insightful. In terms of governance, I think the matter that will most affect us is how the balance between innovation and control will pan out. Very hard to see UN-type agreements that all 147 countries sign into, but it's very easy to see a model in which you create regulatory sandboxes. This is how this is how telecoms has grown, that you create sandboxes, you observe in those sandboxes the performance of models, performance of algorithms, data sets that you have used, and then fine-tune, involve the regulator, involve the industry, the society, the politics, etc., and let that be a wide open canvas on which what are the results, what are the observations, and what are the acceptable means of guiding unbiased, transparent, fair regulation can exist. I think that sandboxing or regulatory sandboxes could be a very good way to go this forward. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to comment?
Nitinji, I just want to add.
Yes, please.
In my opinion, I think self-regulation is a kind of a very good word, but it will not work in this AI field. We have seen the experiment with the self-regulation with the media. It has not worked so far. And for the AI, where everyone has access of data and everyone wants to expand it, it is not going to work. Some kind of international consensus on certain point that can be done, but it will take a lot of time, because right now developing countries are thinking it is the kind of their industrial movement where they can leverage some of the gap. The developed countries thinking to kind of to control some narratives and other things through this AI. So I think for next 5 to 10 years there is not going to have any kind of consensus. Maybe some good talks, some good kind of common understanding, but on regulation front, I have my own doubt about it. Even European Union has taken some stand, and a lot of countries from the European Union are not happy because they have this kind of apprehension because of the very stricter guideline and privacy law. They could not do much. Their company have not thrived, and जो उनका जो शेयर था मार्केट का शेयर वो कम हो गया है, and they are keep complaining to European Union and other countries we should come out or we should kind of ignore some of the guidelines. So it is just like सामने कुछ है, it's very interesting and very aspiring, और आप कह रहे हो कि थोड़ा सा restraint दिखाओ. So it's not going to happen in my understanding. We can have dialogue on this part, but it is not going to happen, at least in next 5 years.
Thank you. I think the more this conversation is going on, it's making me feel that we need to delve a lot deeper into all of this. There's so much knowledge and understanding and need to do some of this. Anthony?
This is one technology which is, as Sir said, that it has come into your, it takes care of your human mind, human behavior. So other industrial revolutions were about human muscles and information dissemination, right? It started with that, but now it's more of your human replacing and amplifying your, changing your human mind and thoughts and ideas, right? So concept building and all. So I totally agree with all of you. It cannot be one. This is only one technology where government, international government, your public, industry like us, everybody has to work in tandem to work out a very robust policy framework around this. While building LLMs and SLMs, IBM companies like my company and others should make sure that the constitutional legal framework is also embedded. Equality, justice, dignity. Your biases are moved out. So the industry also has a role to play, a very big role when I'm making a model or a big solution I'm preparing. I may embed GenAI randomly because I want to sell, but then very, very strong regulatory policies have to come out from local government. I'm not, then international, yes, we should have a digital economy framework, we should have G20 coming in together, and so that there's a homogeneity of policy framework. So all of us, then as a society, as an individual also, we have to make sure. But I do feel AI is one where it will take out and iron out our biases, taking care of our biases. Taking care of our biases, it will iron out and take care of our, look at the languages that's spoken in India. Europe, compared to Europe and us, we cannot compare. So our AI policy framework and our AI will be so different from, say, for example, even Pakistan or China. So because of so much of caste, subcaste, religion, sub-religions, you name it. So so all of us have to get together. This is only one technology, you can say revolution, which is so different from the other.
So beautifully put. You may have to, yeah. Now that brings me to another thought. Again, this is not part of what I thought of discussing, but something I've been thinking about. And it also comes from the fact that everybody on this particular panel is an Indian. And we'll be talking about, India's capability and India's readiness and the global south versus global north and all of that. It's this idea that India is also extremely rich in culture, in values, and in spirituality, if I may say that. And the discussions we had this morning were about how to make sure that it works towards, the emerging AI works towards the goodness of mankind, at a more macro level, than talking about ethics or talking about biases. I mean, not ethics, but talking about biases. And so I think that's more at a tactical level. So I think the potential, that maybe we don't have those top 8 companies, that we may not even have the top 20 companies in the world. It may be difficult to catch up. And we still have a lot of earth filling to do there, ground filling to do there, because we must have the base capacity. But wouldn't our differentiation actually be dovetailing into our own heritage and try to bring about that level of human ethics and values, and be a leader in that, because that has a potential to support entire humanity, not just India. If AI turns devilish, or starts to serve only the companies that have created it, and doesn't have those, it's like, firstly, so I'll put 2 questions together. Do we believe it could be conscious and be that big? And 2, does India have a potential to do more work in that space within AI? So this, I'd like to start with 2 of you, and then whoever else can pitch in, please.
So I think, Nitin, you've really said all the good things. The fact that we are Indian. I am a die-hard Indian believer. The ethos, the culture, the heritage that we bring. Give you an example. We are working for a curriculum for Anganwadi children, how to teach them when last mile connectivity, multimedia becomes available, because chances of training Anganwadi workers to the Aadhaar Shila curriculum of the NCCI and the government is very hard, and actually doesn't stand a chance for 5 years to come. So the only real chance is to take multimedia to the children. Now the question then is, how to discover through AI, through deep learning models, what will be the progression of learning? And we have turned back into the Vedas. We are currently examining the Nadya Brahm. We are currently examining models that are straight away coming from our 5 senses. And we are discovering, I'm saying this quickly now, that the initial approach to 3 and 4 years old, to not even attempt the ABC, Kakhaga, and to remain with the 5 senses, and to attach significance to learning, the process of learning, develop the process of learning through the 5 senses is something that we are researching right now. So I think deep diving into our culture and trying to bring up what would be the AI application to Gen AI or to models or to approaches is a very, very, very good idea. And to the honorable BJP rep here, I think that sort of an approach would do very well if it could be without bringing in the elements of religion, if the Indianness around it could be explored and special initiatives set up to do something like that.
Thank you. You asked a very deep question, I would say. And again, these are conversations that are going on in a lot of spaces for a while. And that is ethics and the kind of AI we should be creating. But then, there are certain thought process we all have, but then there are realities also. For instance, right now everybody uses ChatGPT, everybody uses Google search, everybody uses DeepSeek also now. People are starting to use it. And everywhere when we ask certain questions or we are looking for insights, they all give insights based on whatever data sets they have and whatever algorithms are working on it. So for a while, many of these applications, people always felt that there are inherent biases because of the kind of data that have gone in. Now, a lot of it, especially when we are in India, we do think that it is sometimes having a bias which may not be aligned to our own way of thinking, which is true also. So this is why the government of India and our government, now we are having a very detailed plan. It's a very conscious effort where we are creating data sets which is our own data sets, and we are trying to give solutions and insights that are aligned to our own way of thinking. So this is what we are trying to do with our own generative AI that we are trying to create, solutions that we are trying to create. And globally, people are working on frameworks. Like, for example, there is a GPAI that we will be hosting next year. We had co-hosted it with France this year. And it comprises of 28 different countries and the European Union. And we are all trying to create frameworks that can create, let's say, safe and ethical AI. But then many of these things are perspective also where, let's say, everybody don't think the same. Every country thinks differently. Even people within a country thinks differently. And let's say a lot of these are individual perspectives. But then I do think that our focus should be on creating solutions which have Indian characteristics, which can be scaled to a global level also. But at the same time, the focus should be on creating good quality technology, good quality data sets and algorithms. Because finally, when it comes to technology, if we want to be a leading power, a global driver of tech, you need solutions that can be scaled globally also. Like you look at examples. UPI is an example. Again, I'm bringing it to it because it is not just 1.4 billion Indians who are using it. Now we have scaled it up to 30 other countries also. Like even COVID, during that time, 40, 50 countries in the global south also showed interest to use it. And then we gave it to a lot of people. So when we look at next generation AI technology that we are working on, like yes, there are big 5 US firms or the Chinese firms, etc., which are scaling up in a faster manner. And we as Indians and India have the capacity to create quality startups and quality even large firms that will cater to the Indian market. But if we want to actually be like a driver of global AI, we actually have to have solutions that can go global. And there, just being a thought leader in, let's say, values and philosophies won't achieve it. Like, we need solutions. So we have to build those solutions, which will have Indian characteristics. But the main driver that will be taking it outside will be the strength of our technology. And that is what the core focus should be. But it will have Indian characteristics.
May I welcome any other comments on one? Would you see AI as conscious today or in the future, and if there could be some sort of Indian ethos and values integrated.
I have a different opinion here, Nitin, and I'm open to be openly negated here. It's a challenge. I think Indianness is diversity. I cannot think of defining one person. I mean, here, how many people are there? Not many, right? But can you define Indianness here? Yes, you can, but at the same time, our facial features differ from east to west, from north to south. Our food habits are different, our languages are different, we have different religions, and we are all born, and I mean literally not immigrated like in America, where there is a whole lot of people coming in and cultures, then they made America. Here, everybody is in India. Northeastern, I mean, they've been here for Northeast state people have been here for longer than South people have been before the North Indians, and so and then worse, they have mixed. So for me, Indianness is being diverse. And for me, Indianness is accepting all the religions, all the differences, all the language, culture. For me, one thing is, which is acceptable to me is not at all acceptable to the other person. So on that, where these are the biases, these are the things which a person is carrying, him to take that off. That is what I think Indian is. I don't know if somebody can define Indianness here. I define Indianness as being totally different. Nitin could be different from me, and Anthony can be different from me, and Sir sitting there can be. So we are, and facial features as well. I mean, eating habits. Every 10, 20 kilometers eating totally changes. The ingredients change. So for me, Indianness to build an AI frameworks and the policies, and it has to be adaptive, it has to be adopted very well, and then it has to be iterative. Generation-wise, here itself in this room, I think there are 3 generations sitting. Gen Zs and Millennials and Gen X, and then maybe there's Gen Beta being born somewhere. So those generations, my son is different from me, and my younger son is different from my elder son. So they had a breakup. I was talking to my nephew had a breakup, and then he writes and he sends, what does my girlfriend likes, and these are the favorite flowers, can you make a bouquet? So AI sends a bouquet of flowers, and then she sends a chat GPT where she doesn't want to listen to him, and it's so the making and the breaking, even the love, it has entered even love. I mean, you're talking about so I was surprised, and both of them understood that the chat GPT is replying to each other. The best part is, so I leave this thought with you guys, with you all here, and which we must take care and be very mindful of.
Really quick one on that Indianness part, if you don't mind. I think the whole idea behind Indianness is the adaptability. I think that unifies, and if you look back on centuries, our reasons for existence and continued tolerance, yes. In a way, if you will look at tolerance, it's a sub-attribute of the fact that you can adjust. So, yeah, I just wanted to say, yes, we have some common thread.
I want to stay on this question and see if anybody online, one of our online panelists would like to weigh in on this.
This part, if you don't mind. I think this, okay, sorry.
Are you saying something, Professor Sinha?
He's on mute.
You're on mute if you're trying to say something. I think you can go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm very sorry, and my internet is not behaving. So I missed out on quite a lot of discussion. And, on this whole question of Indianness, whether you can bring into AI, etc., I don't know. I'm not a technical person, so I don't have much opinion on that. But in general, you see, I mean, now AI has moved into defense realm. and you know the defense and its dynamics and rivalry. So it's very, very difficult to now control this thing or bring values to it, etc., because it's going to be bad from that point of view. Now, of course, it has its own dynamics, and the question, as far as I'm concerned, is basically whether this whole idea that machines will take over has any meaning, or in the end, the real fear is that whether the state or the big capital, which is now you see people like, uh, uh, Bezos and etc. So they will have so much power that we will lose our independence to a large extent. Whether state could, this whole big data and the possibility of analyzing anything very, very quickly with AI and quantum computing and all those things. So out there again, as I said, that on the one hand, we have to think in terms of this impending and perpetual pressure of unemployment, which will become stronger and stronger, and how to deal with it. And so how to make institutions that could stand up to this or recognizes this change and changes itself to accommodate it. And the other is basically how to again set up institutional arrangements where you can keep your liberty and keep democracy alive, because it does give enormous amount of power to some people, particularly state and big capital. So we have to think in terms of, it's not a question of like, today somebody is a nice guy, but tomorrow somebody, a bad guy would come. And then all of a sudden everything, goes for a toss. So we need to think in those terms, how to protect ourselves. Of course, it has many advantages, and the main advantage would be that it could liberate us from, drudgery of assembly line work and all kinds of things, and liberate us to, do creative work and live our full humanity. So how do we move towards that? And that is very, very important thing to do. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wisdom. I have a last prompt from my side, and then I want to open it for questions for others. And folks, if there are any questions, you can note down and pass it to me. So this is as a result of the discussion we've had so far, which is that there is a lot of understanding of what's happening with AI or with some of the initiatives with the government or in IBM or other places, but it's still limited. It's limited to some people. And what's coming is going to impact everybody. And whoever it's limited to probably don't have enough mind share to also keep doing something about it. So how would you suggest to involve people, the general population, in making them aware of what's happening and getting them involved in some way in defining, in contributing to how this should be governed?
Yes. There's no other answer to it, Nitin. It's public at large and to the from the laborer. Why are we talking about AI as which is a technology which will be only understood by, it will be only understood, it will be only coded by people, the designing, the model will be made by people who are skilled in making all those. But why do you think that a laborer who knows his problems, challenges, cannot be solved and putting it in front. Or there's a big digital divide, we all understand. But what makes us think that they cannot use that technology? We have been able to
So we
take
talking
an
about
answer
involving
to
them in defining how AI should be shaped.
Exactly. Yeah. So they should be involved, because they are the ones who will be, unless we involve the society at large and their challenges, they won't be a perfect model designed by big companies.
Do you have some thoughts on how something like this could be done as well?
Okay. Government should form, let's start from the government. Then we come to the public, right? Government should have interministerial, your Niti Aayog getting into it. You have METI, you have your DOPT, then you have your RBI, then you have your ministries like your finance, all the ministry, interministerial, not only MITI. MITI should not be the only one, just like other times technology and IT was looked after by them. It's not. It's all the interministerial this thing. Then we should have civil societies, NGOs, startups getting together, and the only government can get them together in industry. Then industry has the industry should be involved. The big companies should be involved, and for smaller companies to be helped. Then we go to the public. Public should be involved in citizen interface, getting them into what do they want exactly, what is it that they can help, and grievance redressal. I mean, government and citizen have their own relationship, right? Government is for us, right? So build up all those decision-making cohorts, and then center of excellences are being formed at that government level, but at that lower level where we are worried about that they will be left behind in this big digital divide, they should be involved in all the making of at Gram Sabha level, at block level, and then at MCD and urban level, and then of course the state level. So this hierarchy has worked, right? We have seen it, IT percolating down to Gram Sabha, till Gram Sabha, right? Then why not helping them in implementing AI for their benefit? Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, Nitin, obviously the answer is an outright yes. Adopting or applying national resource to initiatives that are championed by the local society is really critical. And I think Niti Aayog's, I remember there was a call for innovation which was directed towards the district magistrates. And that said that you go and talk to your technologists, your local ecosystem, and find out what it is and come and make proposals to Niti Aayog that this is what we would like to do in order to take the benefits of ICT down to that aspirational district, if you might want to call it. So I think also this is where my confidence of the Indian approach comes in, the fact that we have institutions like Niti Aayog, the fact that the METIs and DOPTs and the DOTs of the world are working together to try and take technology to the masses and to the benefits of the masses. But again, if I go back to Anil's, it's easy to relate. NPCI, BHIM, they are not technologies. They are use cases. Please distinguish that first. That the entire proliferation of the wallet as it is a brave step in which RBI took the initiative, set up IDRBT in 1999, started the whole ISO 8583, exploded into the public space, replaced the MasterCards and the credit cards, and brought in something that today generates trillions of dollars in value by making us the most proliferated, financially included country in the world. It's the use case. And use cases proliferate when you take them down to the public. So 100% agree. There is no other point but to take it down to the masses. The issue is that with AI and ICT, you need to give to the masses something to experiment with.
The question is a little bit different. I will just say that again. It's about getting the people to have a say in the policy making, in how AI should be governed in some way. If yes, then what could be a mechanism to do that?
Yeah, and you see, standardization, policy making are evolved subjects. You have to start with awareness, benefits, and what do you want to equalize at the end of the day? Knowledge and opportunities. That's what you want to make equal, right? the only way to take it is to take it in means where the local population, for example, I travel very widely into very remote areas. They don't know anything right now about what is ICT or what is AI. How do you want to change that, all right? You have to think about that. Before you start to aspire to say, I have brought my last mile person into policy making, you have to drive awareness. You have to somehow get the benefits of this whole chain of moments that is happening. Anyhow, I was on that subject, that the idea should be to take ICT and AI into the remotest corners, whether it's agrarian approaches or it's health or education, but connect use cases to the large masses and then let them explore and innovate. That might be a good idea to start this whole thing.
Thank you. Anilji, I'll repeat. I think you just stepped out for a minute. So this is the last question that we are, prompt that we are discussing, which is, if the public at large, should be in some way involved in policy making or defining how AI should be governed, if you believe that it should be, what could be a mechanism to do that?
Thank you. So once again, we are speaking about, let's say, public and how public is getting involved in policy making. So this is the fundamentals of this. Yes. Because finally, when we say AI, now, just like how any other aspect of technology, from any electric device to your appliances, to your cars, to computers, to your mobile phone in your hand, AI is just another tool of technology. Right now, like, you have 1.4 billion Indians, and we almost have like 1 billion mobile phones in this country, and you are all using smartphones. So you are having like hundreds of AI apps in your phone. So there is nothing called how public can become more involved in AI. Like everybody, AI is just like any other aspect of technology, it is in your life, in every aspect. Like from going to a hospital to a school to, like even when you go to transit points from airports to metro stations, everywhere, applications are used which is AI. So public are all as users using AI, and governments and policy makers, again, like we don't create all the solutions. We create a platform where innovation happens, where people in the public sector can create solutions. And we as the government, it is not our business to be in business. It is our job to create guardrails and policies that can encourage innovation, and we create solutions that are used for public good. So digital public infrastructure is just an example. But whether it is even the transportation sector, energy sector, financial sector, everywhere, wherever possible, we use technology to make things better. So this is what we as the government do. In the public sector, like we create policies, and we create policies for public good. And then for the private sector, we create an environment where maximum innovation happens, where maximum public participation happens. This is done by many people. Right now, let's say in 2014, India had 500 startups. Now, registered, there are 1.5 lakh startups. And almost 4,000 to 5,000 are working in the field of AI. So these are all private sector people who are working in AI. And they are all creating solutions. And it is for the masses. So we are creating that environment in a very seamless manner right now. And then public, at this moment they are consumers, some of them are creators. But they are all in that already. Like it is not that a question of how can public participate. Like they are all a part of that system. But then you can't expect 1.4 billion people to create policies together. That is why we are a democracy, where finally they all participate in elections. They choose their government who should be governing them. And we create policies that are best for them. And then we make it as participatory as possible, where in every level, in a state, in a, till a panchayat, like we have systems of governance where we are trying to get people involved in our governance as much as possible. And then tech is just a it is a part of it. It is an integral part of it. Technology integration is an integral part of it. Information dissemination is an important part of it. And public is a part of each of our processes. Like 1.4 billion people are involved in our democratic processes and in a lot of other processes that we are creating. So there is no question of how can they now be a part of it. They are already an integral part of it.
Thank you. Thank you for your perspective. Dr. Ramanan, are you around? I can't see you online. You come from the policy-making space yourself. Policy research.
Yes, I am here.
Yes, yes. Would you like to weigh in on this prompt? I started calling everything as prompts.
Sorry, I think
would you want me to repeat the prompt?
Hello. Hello.
Do you want me to repeat the question? The question?
No, I am aware.
All right, please.
The question you have asked how we can
whether we should involve the people in general in influencing or something to do with the AI governance, and if so, then what could be a mechanism?
I think Nitinji, Anilji has answered this question in a very substantial manner. Public has already involved because their data is getting used in the AI governance and AI development. So we what we can do from our side, we can make people aware about the usage of data, how it is using, how tech companies are using, and how it can be used in further manner. So as Anilji also mentioned about, because we are using a lot of technology, lot of gadgets, and all our data is getting transferred to tech companies, and they are creating a lot of byproduct from those data, and lot of models are getting prepared from those data. So what from my understanding, we need to work more on the community preparedness to the community preparedness, so people, society and large can understand how AI can be useful to them, and what could be the consequence, the data which they are offering, or they are kind of volunteering to tech companies, what could be the consequence of to share those data.
Professor Ajit, is there anything else you'd like to say as last words for this?
Not really. You see, the problem, as I suggested, like one is like you have to have guardrails so that government and big businesses cannot use data in a way which infringes on individual liberty. That should be the kind of regulation, but not, I mean, everybody gets involved in it. I don't know how, but obviously through democratic process, like, you elect governments who would agree to do something like that. But in general, you see, this is happening all around the world. So which direction AI is going to go, you cannot really just in India, we cannot manage it, because China may have a very different idea, US may have a very different idea. And as I said, that since it has gone into defense lines, it has a completely different dynamic. So we cannot, that way we cannot, control it. But we should be able to have institutional arrangements where we control our governments and our businesses from not becoming too powerful, because it is a very powerful, I mean, the whole system, just not AI as such, but quantum computing, big data analysis and all that. I mean, all these things are extremely powerful now, every move you make and is registered somewhere digitally, and now they can, analyze it very quickly. So it's a territory which, we have only few years ago in England, people were debating about should we have CCTV camera or not, and there was a huge opposition to it. But now you can see that everywhere you have CCTV cameras and in elevators and everywhere, and people are asking for it, and it has advantages. But then, you have to have also guardrails where powerful organizations don't misuse it, and that's where we have to think in terms of building institutions. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. This was also very powerful, final words. Couple of our panelists need to leave, so I'm going to request Jyotika to come in and wrap it up. For me, this was actually really, really insightful, and a very good flow from the first panel that we had. Great takeaways for us for the A4G Collaborative, and we hope to take this forward and build more and more such platforms and opportunities to make this, more useful to everybody.
May I just quickly thank you for an extremely invigorating session. I don't know how you played it, but whether it was questions or prompts, it worked very well. Thank you very much.
Are we opening for
yes,
the Q&A?
You could wrap it up, please.
Is there any question that any student would?
Let's not take any questions because we should wrap it up now. Okay.
Okay. Would you want to take one question?
Yeah, one question.
One question?
Okay.
Is that?
One question. Who is that?
If there is. Yes, please go ahead. Come.
It's a fantastic thought. I think you rightly put it, surveillance, cyber measures for interventions into public and government interfaces, those are huge. So think of introducing noise, optical and audible noise. Think of a device that you keep around you that causes interference with any recording device.
There are a lot of tech experts here. He's one of the finest tech experts I know. You can talk to him.
So yeah, once the panelists, some of them who have to leave, you can have this conversation. And I think the nature of startups is going to be very different from now onwards. Yeah, can I just say, I would just want, because I think he has to leave. Yeah.
So we've talked a lot about the generative aspects of AI, and most people only have exposure to generative aspects because of ChatGPT, and people have been giblifying their images this last 2 weeks. But there are also other aspects of the analytics aspects, as someone pointed out, which can actually have a far more devastating or deeper impact on society. Some of you may be aware, last week there was the UK police has worked on a system which is going to identify murderers before they become murderers. So, I mean, there used to be a movie called Minority Report, I don't know if you remember, but this is last week. Minority Report. Yeah. So something like that
sounded like fiction is now, definitely on its way. Again, last week there was a wolf that had become extinct, has been cloned, they say kind of using AI technologies. But those are all, non-generative aspects of AI that we are actually seeing. And it raises a lot of ethical questions about what kind of research should be allowed, what should not be allowed, what may sound very dangerous but maybe useful. And then, of course, the social aspect of it. If you're calling somebody a murderer before he's committing a crime, people are going to turn against him, and then all sorts of repercussions follow. So would the government place guardrails to have protection against such things being made, or would they actually encourage such things to be made so that for... Yeah, so those are the questions.
Very simple for you to not to get surveillance. I mean, there are apps. We have a lot of apps. We have a lot of AI embedded apps as well. For you is to just switch it off. Self-regulation is the most important thing. You can. I mean, if there is all of the products I can say which are made, which also we take care of the challenges and sensibility of a user. It's not that you just make it and they will just come in your privacy. We have to take care of self-regulation, and there are features in the product inbuilt itself and the application or any other device which you are using where you can actually switch it off, whatever you don't want. So rightly said, take off the clutter, out the noise part out, right?
If I may, I'm sorry, just last question. Since this is such a popular panel, this is for Mr. Anil Anthony. You spoke about the decision making, etc., at the panchayati level, etc. My question is, how do we ensure that policy making and the implementation of AI actually goes down to that level? Because we typically tend to think of AI as like someone at the upper middle class kind of thing, but how do you make sure that it goes down all the way to literally panchayat level?
It's a good question, good thought. See, again, I would come down to like, what is the general perception of AI? You look at, for me, it is just another technological evolution and a tool. At this moment, you look at any aspect of technology over time, from even your lights and fans to calculators to computers to devices. With time, it became more and more democratized and everybody started using it. Mobile phones, when it initially came, like let's say 2000, it was something that only some of the most elite used to use. But then over time, because of certain regulations and policies we created, and how we used to encourage people to use technology also, now 1 billion people use it. Same with almost everything else. Now, when you talk about AI, a lot of people are talking about, let's say, the coding aspect of how you make things. But that is not something which 1.4 billion people will be doing. That is just like any other sector or whatever it is, where they will be either the public sector or the government sector. And that is also lakhs of people who are creating things, solutions. But then you look at our government and what we have been doing in the last 10, 11 years. Something that we always have focused on is creating solutions, physical and virtual, of scale. Like just in the last 10, 11 years, almost 300 plus policies we had created in different aspects. I'm just giving you some of the bigger ones. Like there is a housing project. In that project, 5 crore houses did we create. There was a Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, 12 crore toilets were created. There was a Jal Jeevan mission, 40 crore tap water connections were given to houses. So like that physical infrastructure was created. Now you look at the digital side, again it is something similar, where UPI, now almost 1 billion people use it. Right now you look at CoWIN, at that point of time again almost 700, 800 million people were actually using that thing. Now you ask me like what is it? It is also a technology application that went to the last mile. E-governance solutions are there in almost every state. And again, from everything to your land records to how you pay bills, Everything people till the last mile are using. Now, even if I am in a village in Arunachal Pradesh, for that matter, I just came from there, that is why I just remember that. There are also people in very remote areas. Now your utility bills are paid using UPI in your phone with an e-governance app. That is how it is done in the village there also. Now, all these components have AI in it. Like AI is not just, let's say, all of us sitting in our house and making complicated codes. Finally, it is application. Now, you look at ChatGPT or DeepSeek, etc. Like, finally, it has created a scenario where somebody who doesn't know how to write one single piece of code can create high quality literature or layouts or even things like photos and paintings without coding. We are just giving prompts and it is giving us solutions. So these are also AI applications. People are using it. That doesn't mean that you need to even know how to code. It just means to know. It just means just like a calculator, just like a your smartphone. You just need to know how to use the tool, and that is percolating to the last mile everywhere, where we have created solutions of scale that 1.4 billion Indians are using in one way or the other. So we have reached the last mile. It is no question of how can you ensure it. It is already there. And it will get more and more deep, where technology integration will increase. And with that technology integration, more tools will be used. But it's already happening.
Thank you, Anil. And I'm sure we're going to have a Ghibli photo of ours in the evening today. So thank you. As we come to a close, it's time to obviously pause, reflect. And today we witnessed two very powerful conversations. Nandini, who was from the morning conversation, is still here with us. How beautiful is that? And the second panel discussion, which is just concluded. So this was across borders. In the morning, of course, we had people from California and joining us, and right now we have an excellent panel of generations of different diversity and corporate, non-corporate, like I said, but one shared vision to shape a future where artificial intelligence is aligning with human values, equity, and purpose. The launch of the A4G Impact Collaborative would not have been possible without a lot of people. So thank you to DTU, first of all. So the students of DTU, you can give yourself and the Dean a big... and since this bunch was selected to be here, our host institution, to the Dean, to the Honorable Vice Chancellor and Professor Indu, and a warm to all our brilliant speakers and panelists. Thank you for generously sharing your insights and opening up new dimensions. I hope that, I'm assuming that this dialogue will go forward from here and there will be some kind of a collaborative or platform that will emerge stronger than what we've spoken about today. And every engine has a launch behind the scenes, and one that never seeks the spotlight except for me, which I always, I think, land up doing. But the invisible backbone of launching A4G has been this very strong alumni network, Nitin, Akhil, Sumit, Anshuman, Raja, Rohit, and many others who are not here, the advisors, mentors, and supporters. Aarti, I'm sorry, interns, volunteers, and a very extended team who have worked tirelessly over the last 2 months to, get this whole thing together before it even had a stage. So the silent hustle is what has given its voice today. And so to everyone here today, we see you and thank you. And the future is not, like I said, something we inherit. It's something we are going to co-create. So with A4G, we've taken this step forward, and together I hope we continue to shape a world where technology empowers. Thank you so much for being here. And with that, I'd like to request the alumni team to give a token of thanks to the panelists. Thank you. नहीं आप इनविटेशन लीजिए Please come now. That explains. Yeah, that explains a lot of things that happened. Are you आपके?
Invitation चाहिए.
राजा? नहीं नहीं क्या कैसे करना बताइए. I know for the people who want to get a photograph, why don't you all come together because otherwise
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I would like to say all the STEP volunteers and members